Hey, oh boy. I am exhausted, but not exhausted, but tired in my body because I was swimming. I took the dog out and I took the kids on the mat and lots of stuff. So, I don't know what. So I have to give a link to someone. Hang on. Okay, so we're going to talk about the Barry Morphew hearing and some other stuff. I think Deb is going to come on and talk about some stuff. So I just sent her a link. Let me go to this. So there was some stuff. It continues tomorrow. There was some interesting stuff that was found about cuts on his hands and a live shell casing, and more about the tranquilizer gun and a needle, and again the cap in the dryer, and him not knowing about the affair, he's saying, and we're going to go through that. Let me just get in here and set this to subscriber chat. Okay. So let's see. April F. Hi. Kathy Martinez, Melanie, Ruby Ann, GB, Elise K, Emmy Celeste, Vintage Spider, Flower Girl Phillips, Sandra K, Sandy Gorick, Michelle Knighton, Slam RN, Tina Osborne, Tammy McD. Let's see who else we have here. Flo and Davita Lane. Oh, ants. I thought you said rats. That would be worse. That would be much worse. J. Quinn, Puddinato 6, Snow Remover. You had your icky shot. Okay, well that's good though. I'm sorry your arm's sore. Barbie Lynn, Ruby Ann. Elise K. I got Allie S. All right, let me just go and get stuff that I need here. Okay. All right, so an unused .22 caliber round was found next to the bed of Suzanne Morphew. Let's see, and a tranquilizer gun and accessories were also found in the Morphew home. That's part of the testimony from today. Prosecutors showed body camera footage of Barry Morphew with deputies at their house on May 10th. That's the day that Suzanne was reported missing. And let's see, the deputies were looking for an item of Suzanne's clothing to help the tracking dogs get her scent. It was the first time Barry had been in the house since his wife was reported missing, and he acted oddly and did not try to look around for her. And that was the testimony of the Chaffee County Undersheriff Andy Rorich. And I quote him saying, he's not even trying to call her phone. This is the last place, according to his testimony, that he's seen his wife alive, and he's not asking any questions. When Suzanne Morphew disappeared, investigators photographed injuries on Barry's hands, okay? And he was asked by the deputies to help him get some clothing, not start investigating, said his defense attorney in response to that. He followed the tasks as directed by law enforcement, his defense attorney said. Investigators found a dart gun, empty tranquilizer darts, and a needle which is used to inject tranquilizer chemical into the darts in the Morphew house, and Barry Morphew's gun safe. Now, retired FBI agent Jonathan Grusing was testifying that a cap used to cover the injecting needle was also found in the dryer, along with clothes and bed sheets from one of the couple's daughters. He said, however, no tranquilizer chemical was found, and there was no way to know how long the needle cap had been in the dryer. And that was during cross-examination by Drew Nielsen, one of Barry's defense attorneys. Oh, hold on, I see you. Okay. What else do we have? And then the testimony by prosecutors. So it's going to continue tomorrow, but here's Deb just on time. Hi, Deb. Deb, can you hear? Well, I think I lowered the volume. Hold on. I might have lowered the volume. Deb? Can't hear her yet. Deb, can you hear me? I can't hear you. Wait, it might be on my end. Let me just make sure it's not on my end. Because I might have, hold on. It might be, let me make sure that, no, my volume is all the way up. Okay, so, Deb? Can't hear Deb. Okay, maybe she's getting things ready. I don't know. All right, let's see. What else? So tomorrow's another day in this hearing, and we'll see what happens then. And then that's going to be it, and they'll make the decision if it's, good enough to go to trial there, if there's enough evidence. Deb? Am I the? Let me check with you guys if I'm the only one. Can anyone hear Deb? Can you guys hear Deb at all? Or is it just me that can't hear? Maybe you can't hear me after all this time. Isn't that crazy? Hi, WL. Hi, Linda Uribe. Nana Patty. Tammy. Can you guys hear me? You can't hear me, Kathy Martinez? Okay. You can't hear Deb. You can hear me. Deb, are you there? Hi, Margot. Hi, Muga. Melanie. Deb. I don't think she can hear me, maybe even. I don't know. Let me see if I can ask her to check up to connect her audio. Okay. All right. Hi, Bigfoot. You can hear me? All right. I'll just keep going over some updates from today, and hopefully Deb can get her sound up. Just par over here. All right. Let me see here. So much of Monday's discussions in the morning revolved around the needle sheath for that tranquilizer dart and a live bullet, which was found inside the Morphew's home. I don't know why we can't hear Deb. Oh, hopefully she's going to come back in. Here she comes. All right, there was, did you ever find the journal? No evidence discovered inside. So let's see, there's something else. The door frame of the couple's master bedroom on the first floor had damage. Undersheriff Andy Rorich testified it appeared to be from forced entry from the outside. Investigators also found that .22 caliber live shell casing on Suzanne's side of the bed. Deputies were also told to look for 3 books that Suzanne kept together, which were a Bible, an Al-Anon book, and a journal. Investigators never found the journal. Undersheriff Rorich testified that pieces of book binding were discovered in the fireplace, partially burned. The undersheriff testified about photos taken of Barry Morphew's hands and his upper left arm, which, that's right, it had scratches like fingernail scratches and other injuries in various stages of healing. Colorado Bureau of Investigation Kevin Kobach has been called as a new witness. He has been a field agent working with Pueblo, Colorado for 7 years. He told the court that he does not have information as to whether or not the hotel room was swabbed for Suzanne's DNA. Hi, Deb?
Hi guys, sorry about that, technical difficulties.
Okay, now we can hear you. Good.
Thank you.
So, okay, we were just reading here some of the updates. So what did you think was the biggest thing from today?
Yeah, I wasn't able to hear what you guys were speaking about earlier because I'm working off my phone, but today going through the Twitter reports and talking with, others, you and everyone, about what we learned today, a big thing for me was, the biggest thing I would say, I think we could all agree, is that it's looking really good for Barry, is it not? There's a lot of really good excuses that he has for where and why he was where he was at, taking a right turn instead of a left turn in Colorado. I'm in Colorado. I have lived in Colorado, and it's very normal to follow elk, deer, what have you, to find shedding antlers. But then at 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, it's pretty dark, so that doesn't make much sense. And then for him to divert from his trip to Broomfield to do his job, he seems like he's manipulating things. Like he's got a good excuse for things, but if you really think about the excuse and the circumstances, it just doesn't seem to make sense.
Okay, so you're saying, like, with the tranquilizer dart, he said that he last used the tranquilizer gun to shoot a deer in late April of 2020 to get their horns. I'm telling you right now, to get horns. They go to sleep, I remove their horns, they go off with no horns on their head.
Okay, right. So that seems like some justifiable, reasonable excuse in his mind to give to law enforcement or investigators. But a couple of things with that. Let's put aside the fact that me, even living in Colorado, and probably the rest of you, imagining poor deer, elk being tranquilized and having their horns ripped off, and the way that he describes waking up, that they wake up without their horns and they're good to go, they're fine, is in it and of itself pretty traumatizing, a horrible thought.
Mm-hmm.
That's not typical in Colorado, as far as I know. That's very inhumane. People in Colorado are very much into humane treatment of animals, wild, domesticated, it doesn't matter. I don't see that raping in the word in the sense of tranquilizing an animal to take their horns off, and them just being justifiably okay to wake up in the morning and free of, all of that. It's just crazy. But then again, he's using these justifications. He's kind of seeming like, to me, he's getting down to earth with local law enforcement and trying to be like the country guy. Hey, yeah, I'm just I'm
Right.
hunting out, I'm doing typical things. This is all justifiable. It's making sense. But then
Right.
at the same time, other things aren't adding up, you know?
Right.
It's
And
weird.
then about the chipmunks, they wanted to make it clear, his defense attorney wanted to make it clear. So they had a February 28th interview where Barry said, "When I'm home, I walk around and shoot chipmunks." We're hearing audio from an interview with law enforcement. Nielsen wanted to make it clear that Barry Manilow, Barry Morphew did not shoot 85 chipmunks all at once.
And then that was with one day supposedly confirmed in one day, which is quite excessive.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's exaggeration, it's exaggeration, but he's claiming in one day. And having been in Salida for several days, 4 or 5 days for the search for Suzanne, yeah, you saw chipmunks, but it was one here or there as you're driving up the mountain. It wasn't in excess, but I don't know his property, but they're
Right.
so adorable. And
Yeah.
and I guess the youth test, apparently he's very, very proud of that. And where does he store those? I mean, he might have been better off to say, I'm cleaning out junk in my car and dumping a bunch of chipmunks. It just,
Right, but
what,
see now regarding though, then Drew Nielsen also made it known that he allegedly threw away trash at these trash runs, but she made it known that there were no pictures or video of him throwing away things at the Broomfield bus stop.
yeah, but what about the one at the hotel where they saw the camo jacket and the plant bucket? Was that
Right.
something he admitted to? But
Yeah.
then there was one that perhaps they didn't have the video to, but he previously, at the moment and the time of interrogation, admitted to saying he was offloading tranquilizer gun stuff. So
Right.
maybe they didn't have the video of the tranquilizer gun, but I thought, correct me if I'm wrong, they did have evidence at the
Yeah,
hotel.
yes, yeah, they did have. They did see a jacket. They saw that plant bucket because we were talking about that, and then they also talked.
We can say, since we're talking about that
Mhm.
specific lump,
Right,
I mean, he's saying it's insignificant. He's cheap. He doesn't want to pay for dumping, so he dumps things as he cleans out his truck.
right,
But in the one instance that they do have it on film, it's a camo jacket and a tree
bucket.
bucket.
Yeah,
But then let's remember back into the days during the investigation and the reports that were saying that Ellie got a new um, warrant to search the property, and that pertained to they were looking for newly fresh planted trees. And it was not only there on his property, but all of the construction site properties as well.
they probably had
Because
invoices that showed
there was
trees.
that invoice, exactly.
Right.
But then there was that invoice then, and then later they see he's dumping a tree bucket. So my thing is that some kind of connection there?
It
You
might
know,
be. Yeah, it might be. He might have put a tree somewhere, but it doesn't. I would think how silly someone would be to if they were going to plan this perfect murder to not think that the police would search any of the houses that you're working on, any construction sites, right? You'd have to be stupid to put it on your own property. So maybe the
not
tree, if was
necessarily.
planted somewhere else,
Exactly, like somewhere within wherever he had the timeline to do
could even
so.
be, in
But
the
then
woods
behind the
somewhere. It could be
bucket
in the
is
woods somewhere.
yeah, but why dispose of a bucket and then previously have law enforcement look into trees? It seems like there's something more to it, and that bucket has something to do or to allude to something
Yeah, I
that
think
has
they must have found an invoice or that he bought trees or a tree, and then they saw him dumping the bucket, and then thought, like, where the heck is the tree that was in that bucket, and why does he have that bucket?
right.
You know?
I mean, it's just trying to roll things out, I
Right.
think, and
Yeah,
they haven't been
definitely.
able to find, and they haven't been told by him. They haven't been advised as to, or for Barry to explain what's up with that tree bucket. What's up with, that.
Right.
and
Right.
and he's lawyered up by then. But yeah, what is up with that? It is a bit of a red flag.
Yeah, and then okay, the darts don't come with anything in them. You have to buy them separately. And his defense attorney showed how you have to inject the chemicals into the dart, and that was one of the needles they found was used to inject chemicals into the dart. Right, the plastic cap wasn't found until May 19th. Investigators don't
Mhm.
know how it got there, how long it's been there, and there were two DNA mixtures on the cap, but Barry Morphew's DNA was excluded.
It's crazy. It's crazy because there's two sides to that. There's one side, one flip of the coin is the most important is Barry's DNA wasn't on it, how and why, and whose DNA was on it. And the other flip of the coin is why was Suzanne's medication missing? Why was it not there? And could easily some kind of concoction be made and inserted into a dart and shot at Suzanne. And with that, furthermore, thinking to the suggestion, or not suggestion, but that law enforcement realized that the tranquilizer gun was broken, enabled. But who's to say that that wasn't done by the hands of Barry, right after he used it? Who knows? But who knows, who knows, who knows? But it is a huge question mark. And is that a big enough question mark for the judge to say, this deserves, a trial for people to prove either way, one or the other, but it's alarming enough. It shall be, investigated. It shall be.
Right, and then they
But
couldn't get
that's
everything off his phone. They said back in May 5th through 9th, they couldn't get that stuff off his phone, and that he had deleted. And the state asked, "Is it possible that Barry could have been tracking Suzanne?" And Agent Grusing said yes.
yes, but at the same time, could he? Yeah. Did he? Is there proof that he did?
No,
No. And deleting texts from messages and other data and apps in your phone each night so that you have more memory or whatever excuse you can use doesn't mean that Barry specifically deliberately deleted those messages because he didn't want them to be of any evidence. So it's a really fine line. It's quite a challenge, I think, that prosecution has with the DA. The DA is all over it, and they're presenting very good questions to argue these accusations.
right. And what about the scratches on his arm that they say look like fingernail injuries and three abrasions or cuts scabbing over in the exhibits 85 to 87 that they showed?
I find that to be significant, and that fingernail scratches, if you're into forensics, you know that fingernail scratches are very, very unique and identifiable because they're a tear in the flesh. They leave a distinct tear in the flesh, nothing like a scrape, a scratch against something metal. It's very distinguishable. And if forensically they're able to say and have a very, very good specialist attest to it that indeed they were fingernail scrapings. And not only that, the size, the width, the dimensions of it matched what they believed to be based on maybe her wedding ring or photos, what have you, to be consistent with the size of the fingernails that Suzanne has, because they don't have her fingernails to prove it. But if they can prove that they are indeed fingernail scratches rather than work related on a work site scratches, that could be quite compelling to a jury. But still a fine line to achieve, to overcome. If you've
And what
got
about
such
the
a
scratches too? If he was planting a tree, he could have some scratches from a tree or marks from a tree if he was grabbing it, depending on what kind of tree it was. If it was like, one of those spruce trees, those have really sharp needles
yeah, but
that'll
again,
cut you up.
research, Google fingernail
No, I don't even
forensic.
mean about the fingernails, but they said he had various other you know.
It could very well be trees, and they could figure that out too. I
Yeah.
mean,
And why would he be planting the tree? You
timing
know,
as
because
well.
he's planting the
It,
tree. Because I know someone that it is not a joke. It was like sweltering out, but we had to plant these spruce trees that are really sharp. And
yeah,
they put on this leather jacket in order to protect themselves from getting all scratched and cut up from the needles when putting it in the ground.
yeah, it's intense.
Yeah.
And usually you can prove if it's a tree scratch scrape compared to a metal scratch scrape,
Yeah.
fingernail scratch scrape. So they could, if taken the time with the right specialist, be able to identify that. But it seems like that's something that's on the list. And you're right.
The
Um,
fingernails, but I'm saying he could be other scratches if he was planting a tree in the woods, or he was running through the woods, or he
what
was, you know,
that whole tree planting um, justified search warrant back to the property once again with all those law enforcement that came to do it again is just a huge red flag. I'm picking up what you're putting down. Yeah, I think something to do with planting a tree has a lot to do if this case goes to trial to do with a part of the case,
right.
the prosecution.
Now I wonder if they
Something
have the tree bucket. I mean, if they saw the tree bucket, do they have? They might have the tree bucket.
right. You were saying, how quick were they able to get to the
Yeah,
jeweler?
get
Um,
the to get the
uh,
if they had to be pretty quick to get the surveillance footage on the ones they have. You know, and if they missed the trash pickup, they probably went right away to the landfill.
yeah, but I hope that um, you know, law enforcement there in Colorado and the area is on top of it. But then I think back and I go back to Gannon South's case and how is it Tish? Her name's Tisha. What's her name?
Oh, Letitia, Letitia,
Letitia.
Letitia,
She was
T.
able to leave the home,
Yeah,
go
that.
back to where she dumped him, pick him back up, load him up, and leave the state and drive to Florida, then to North Carolina
South
without
Carolina, yeah.
anyone. But then dump his body in Florida on the way with no trail tail at all
Right. Yeah.
is a red flag that makes me feel and worry and hope
Crazy.
that law enforcement within this jurisdiction has been on top of it and has been following him because who knows, he could have gone back to do things. There's a lot of things he could have done and manipulated, and we
Right.
don't know.
Yeah. And then the
But
other thing is, yeah, definitely. There, the bike mechanic was there. The bike had new tires on it May 7th, and then the handlebars and the seat were not consistent with any kind of a bike collision or bike wreckage. So yeah, which would have been not centered. They said it wouldn't have looked that way.
yeah, so as though as it was thrown was is what they intimated, right?
Yeah. So that was all
And
set up. You know, that was staged.
Carolyn, am I right though? But was Barry's DNA found on the bicycle seat?
I'm trying to see if it says that here.
And then if it were, it would make sense.
Yeah, that
Like
he could.
any
Yeah,
DNA on anything that
yeah,
belongs to her would make
yeah. And he
sense.
could say, "I took it out of. You know, I take it out of the garage for her every day, or something." You know, Jimmy takes my bike out of the shed all the time for me when I go riding. So his DNA wouldn't be uncommon for his DNA to be all over my bike.
Exactly. But
Yeah.
then there's these things that we're learning about that has no Barry DNA, but other DNA, Suzanne's DNA, and then no DNA.
Well, I wonder
How
if
do
that
you
tranquilizer
learn?
cap, right, if it went through the wash and then through the dryer, but then was put in the dryer like by someone like his daughter or someone else who touched the stuff and put it in there, and then maybe some articles of clothing were the daughter's or a friend's or the other sister, and that's why the cap doesn't have anything from him on it. I don't know.
Would make complete sense, but then perhaps we need to remember because of the other cases we followed, sometimes at this stage in the case, we come to learn that other DNA ends up being one of the CSI's DNA.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't read too much into
Right.
other DNA until we're told,
Yeah.
you know.
Let's see.
You
And
know,
then,
like the blood box, for example, they already said it was DNA and they identified it was yada, yada, yada.
right.
But other DNA might mean, you know, investigative DNA. So, yeah, but still.
But the defense had something to say about the marks, right? They said the ITAN attorney said she wants to know the measurements that Rorich doesn't know because he said he didn't measure the 3 markings, which that he testified were fingernail injuries. So that's not too good. So there's
That's
no
not
measurements.
good.
The marks are gone. I mean, if they got the pictures, they could go on the pictures and do something. But, you know, defense is also showing out that why didn't they look into that? Why didn't they measure those? Why, you know, like kind of like they dropped the ball on those.
We kind of did, but
Yeah.
then they might have not dropped the ball because photo analysis is very, very good these days. So
Yeah.
yeah, again, it's thin ice, and
Yeah.
who knows where this can go.
Crocodile tears. Okay, and the Rorich also described that Barry had fake tears, crocodile tears at the beginning, at the bike scene.
Yeah,
Yeah, and then what
you know,
else?
all of that.
Questions.
Kind of have to be there to see it, but
Yeah.
that's here.
Back on this, I'm just trying to see what else we went over here. His phone being in airplane mode from 2:47 p.m. until 10:17 p.m. on May 9th. The phone appears to be at the Morphew home from 10:17 p.m. until 3:25 a.m. the next day. Then we said, okay, and then Nielsen is now cross-examining Agent Grusing from May until July 8th. The interviews with Barry Morphew, and Barry said he was 100% faithful to Suzanne during their marriage and he has no infidelity on his part, saying again, she is the love of my life. I would lay down my life for that girl. I'm telling you right now, I was in shock for 5 days. If I left something out or a time period, then it wasn't on purpose, he told investigators.
Yeah.
And then CBI agents
and
asked
there's
Barry,
what there's no evidence, and they ruled out the coworker as being a potential mistress. So
yeah, but they just said they only saw the Ashley Madison thing. But frankly, they probably could throw that out because, like I said, do you know how many times I would get an Ashley Madison thing? Now, if he has an account there, or did he just peruse the site? Did he have an account? They would know if he hooked up with anyone, right? From if they subpoenaed Ashley Madison, which I don't know. They would know if he had a connection or something. I don't know. I guess they could look at his. I don't know how that site works. I've never been there. I would just get solicited, which I thought was funny at the Mommy Ramblings email, to join their site constantly. I would just send them to spam. But
the spam is relentless.
Yeah.
But the fact is that it was a family account, and anyone could have looked up cute girls and
right, and they could even say
done that for fun.
Or a daughter could be checking for her boyfriend if he's looking around there. Or the other thing is they could say somebody maybe set him up. Maybe she wanted to start a fight.
Say that if he needed to. Well, it's kind of a moot point, and he could use that in a way to benefit him, and he could use that in a way to, identify him. It could be anyone.
Could be.
And if it was someone, it wasn't him, and maybe someone who
could have been a daughter's boyfriend too.
Spiteful, did that.
He was in the house.
Or an empathetic daughter who was like, okay, my parents, this seems to be, it seems like it is what it is, and I care for my dad. I'm gonna look and try and find cute girls and slide it. I don't know.
Yeah, or what if I don't know how Ashley Madison works. It's not. I'm not sure if it's a site like Match.com where, like, let's say somebody was searching for their spouse Like say maybe
Yeah.
if somebody suspected their spouse was cheating on them, maybe they're looking for their spouse's account. But I think Ashley Madison, is it only like professional escorts or is it regular people? I don't have no idea
I
about
don't
that.
know, but it could be a history search. It could be to see if someone has an account. You're absolutely right. It could be just, a sneaking, snooping type of thing.
Hmm.
It could be something as simple as one of the daughters going, "Hey, Dad, you deserve to be happy too. There's cute girls here, and I'm gonna look for 'em." It could be anything, and for that, it has zero weight to the argument either way.
Right.
So then I think you're right. It's kind of a moot point. It's interesting, but
Hmm.
that specific topic, which brought Barry to the edge of his seat at the moment, if you remember the description at the moment, the time when it was brought forward, which seemed to have disturbed him a bit, seems to not really be relevant. And so he can just
Right.
chill it.
And they did ask him, they asked him about a possible affair in regards to Suzanne Morphew. He said he never thought of that. They asked Barry if he had searched dating sites like Bumble. Barry said, I don't know what they are. He claimed that he has never searched for another woman. So,
They can very, very easily on his specific phone see if
hmm,
there's anything as such
right.
on there.
Yeah.
But otherwise, anything shared domain, it just is.
Okay. And then that door frame looking like forced
Yeah,
entry. Well, that
what's up about with the door frame? I missed that
it
part.
said the door frame of the couple's master bedroom on the first floor had damage. Undersheriff Andy Rurich testified, saying it appeared to be from forced entry from the outside. Investigators also found that .22 caliber unsent shell casing on Suzanne's side of the bed.
Carolyn, that's two separate huge things.
Yeah,
Can we just break it down with the door?
yeah.
I mean, is there any evidence as to when they moved in or prior to moving in with the realtor that it was documented that that door had that damage?
Yeah, we'd have
And
to see that. I haven't seen it, but mm-mm. But
but there can be a date and timeline to rule out when,
yeah,
for
does it look
example,
fresh or does
yes,
it look like old? And then he could say, who knows? He could say she
um,
locked herself in there one day. I was worried about her. She wouldn't open the door. So I, went in to worry to see if she was okay. If it's
yeah,
not something they can get a
it happened
timeline
because he
on,
moved in there, and it's up to him to explain how it happened.
mm-hmm, yeah.
But that's a check mark for
Yeah, maybe a
prosecution.
dog got locked in there. Like there could be a lot of reasons. Like they don't have little kids, but little kids can lock themselves in. Who knows how they could explain that away? But
Anything but up to him, right?
yeah, so I don't know how good that's going to be because we see that in the Miliete case. We even see the repair on the side of the door, and that guy is still out there free as a bird.
Yeah. And then
Larry.
the broken before we get into the meat and potatoes of the 22 caliber,
Yeah,
what about the cup of coffee? I find it insignificant,
mm-hmm.
but supposedly I wasn't able to get all the details, but there was something to do with a half cup of coffee, but only one plate in the dishwasher. Kind of, we ate off the same plate,
No,
and
this is
Barry doesn't drink coffee. Did you guys get
no.
that
I
part?
didn't. I didn't hear that. So what is it? There was a half cup of coffee when the day they went in to look for her.
I think that's what I'm picking up. I'll have to get more
But
details.
wasn't the one of the daughter's boyfriends coming out of the garage?
Yeah, maybe they had the coffee.
Yeah.
I was
What?
just gonna say, hey, a half cup of coffee not accounted for could be
Yeah.
Suzanne, she drinks a half cup of coffee and you sip on it. Like me, I can only take so
Yeah.
much
That's
caffeine.
me too. I always have a half a cup of coffee somewhere around. Yeah.
Put it in the corner, I sip it, and when it's, a certain amount, and maybe add a little ice to it, whatever. But 1 cup lasts me all day, right?
Yeah.
Mm.
So
But then supposedly something to do with only one plate in the dishwasher, and Barry said, oh yeah, he and Suzanne ate off the same plate, they barbecued.
yeah. And how did they know they didn't use paper plates or I don't know.
But I mean, we eat off of one plate, especially barbecue. You cut the steak, you got your side, you
Yeah.
cut, you bite, you eat.
Yeah, that, I
Unless you
mean,
got
yeah.
good potatoes, sides, and all that. But sometimes you just grill a steak and you eat the steak and you got a couple sides right there on the plate and you go for it. We get that. But
Yes.
he's saying we ate off the same plate. They weren't having pasta, they weren't having soup, they weren't even salad. You know, salad. Well, I
But
don't know.
how could they
I'm
even know that
finding
somebody didn't
that
hand wash the plates? Or how could they know that they didn't run a whole load through and then someone dirtied another
the
plate?
greasy part. Yeah, the steak plate would be greasy, so you
Yeah.
run it through again.
Yeah, I mean,
It's,
that happens a lot. We run our dishwasher multiple times a day, so it doesn't just have the plates that, oh, those were from lunch or I don't know. I don't think that's really going to. I'm not thinking that
yeah,
it's a
it's just
smoking
like
gun or anything, just at the plates. Because you could say I rinsed my other plate. It was, hardly whatever. I washed it by hand. I don't know.
yeah, I don't know who it was that introduced that, but I just thought interesting but insignificant
Yeah.
again. Is it muddying the water? Who knows? But
But what
one of
about
those.
what are they saying about the casing?
So yeah, that's the big thing. What are they saying about the casing? Fill me in,
I'm
because
trying
that's
to see that.
really
I'm
important.
trying to see if that was if they're going to be covering that tomorrow because it's the last thing I'm. Let me see if I can go up to her. Let me go to her
Let me
Twitter
look
feed.
in my notes.
Yeah, let me get to her Twitter feed here and see what she's saying. She said, for those asking, Barry was seen a few times winking and smiling to his daughters in between breaks. Signs were posted in the courtroom not to communicate with the defendant. I didn't see his daughters cry at any point as they had done previously. And then she said he was confused about the timing of the skid steer and what day he had visited Salida Stove and Spa. He was confused about who he spoke to at Salida Stove and Spa. Okay, and that was
Right, and one thing about that, which was kind of a shot to the kidney, was that he didn't buy any chlorine or any chemicals. He just simply went there to set an appointment for repair. So then we go to the testimony that says they smelled chlorine, and then the hotel says, oh yeah, it's just a couple floors above the pool, so there might be a chlorine smell, and that whole rabbit hole. So whatever. I'm not digressing. I'm just saying. Then we need to go and address that.
okay.
But
So
the shell casing is really crazy. Why was it found that way? And his excuse is he shot
85 chipmunks.
85 chipmunks. Where are the chipmunks? And that is just the weirdest thing. I hope they focus on it more.
Right, and then
Um,
Nielsen said,
we need to find that hog.
yeah, what did he do with the chipmunks after he killed them? Did he hurl them off into the woods? What did he do with them? He probably
Yes.
just hurled them off in the woods.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
basically, we're telling you there wasn't 24 other empty casings. There weren't, a bunch of spent shells anywhere. There was only one spent shell found.
No, it was a live shell, wasn't it?
Was a live shell. Okay.
So there, he didn't even it wasn't even used. So that
Are you
again,
sure?
yeah,
I thought
I'm
it was
pretty sure. Yeah, I thought it was a live shell casing. I'll check.
live. Yeah, no, live means that you're absolutely right. Live means it was
It could be fired. Yeah,
correct.
right. And that could be, okay. Well, it wasn't used, so what?
But then what does it have to do with the price of tea in China then, of course?
Right, and he could say, I must have dropped it, or somebody must have dropped it out of the drawer, or who knows?
It's just not looking like it's weighing towards prosecution. Everything seems to be justifiable so far, but there's just some
One more
weird
day.
oddities.
There's another day. Maybe they're holding on. I don't know.
Yeah.
They said, let's see, that Agent Grusing introduced the subject of an intimate partner Suzanne Morphew had to Barry on June 2nd. Barry said no because of our relationship with the Lord. She is a very faithful person and of God. He didn't want to think it was a possibility. But then he said something really interesting where, let me see if she puts this down. He said something like, when they kept pressing him and telling him about the guy, he said, well, then maybe God, almost like, well, maybe God did something to get her out of his life.
Yeah,
Did you
like
get that
maybe
one?
this is God's plan
Yeah,
kind of
something like
thing.
that. Yeah, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. So let's see here if they say anything about this casing. Barry is hunted since he was 7 years old. Okay, if I have to live this life
Yeah,
without her, at
so,
least I can
yeah,
hunt.
Carolyn, talk about how he said if she's gone. At least all he
I can
has left
hunt.
is hunt. Yes.
Yeah, that's kind of strange. Yeah,
Not my children, not my family. At least I can still hunt.
yeah,
Hunt, what do you mean hunt? Hunt like you're free and you're able to be in the woods to hunt, or hunt meaning you've got some vendetta, is an underlining threat to something or someone, like it's going to go
yeah. And
after
what about his kids?
your
Exactly. He said,
lover.
yep.
Yeah.
All he had left in his life was hunting. Really, his daughters mean nothing.
The worst response anyone could
Yeah.
ever give, right?
Right. So that's weird. He asked for immunity if he just sat down and opened his life up to the
Yeah.
FBI agents. Grusing
How
believes
weird is
that
that?
that is weird. Barry meant that if he disclosed things to agents, he wouldn't be prosecuted for Suzanne's disappearance and death. And let's see.
Can you guys believe that? So he's like, yeah, here, if I will tell you everything if you give me immunity. And then he goes to say, yeah, I'll open my heart and my soul to you as long as I'm not accountable for what happened to her.
Mm-hmm.
Is that typical? Would any of you ever say that? Is he going off of, okay, yeah, in most cases, the spouses are the first persons of interest.
Right.
What is the justification or the mindset of someone to say something like
Yeah,
that?
they have something to
Not
hide.
typical. Not typical, right?
No.
Just red flag.
Mm-hmm. And then let's see. If a person would be injected by BAM, that serum for tranquilizer darts, the human would be in complete sedation within 2 to 3 minutes. The woman would likely run, then become wobbly and unstable before dozing off, according to the Parks and Wildlife expert.
Right, but they said 2 minutes, one person, and the other person said 8 minutes. So, okay, between 2 to 8 minutes, fine. And then we heard earlier that law enforcement or the district attorney's argument was that through the FBI special agent, their idea was that he was chasing through cell phone pinging Suzanne around the house after he tranquilized her. But then today we hear tranquilizer gun is broken, counter information that
Mm-hmm.
they counter the information they gave before on the cell phone pinging, kind of like the opposite of what they were claiming, kind of like, oh yeah, we're going somewhere else with that. Did you guys notice that they kind of put that off and weren't
Mm-hmm.
really accountable for the
Yeah.
whole
Yeah, yeah,
thing?
yes. And then they go back and forth, but the file folders, but they said book bindings before in the fireplace, and Barry says they were just burning old files.
And who burns files except for when you're moving from one house to the next or spring cleaning?
Right.
I mean, very rare do we do that. And then what? And if that's the case, I mean, that's typical. Were they going through a transition in time where it was appropriate to be burning files? We don't
Mm-hmm.
know. We don't know.
Right.
But he certainly was carrying insurance paperwork with him, so much it was under his pillow at the hotel, which is very weird.
Mm-hmm.
So we don't know. But
Yeah.
if this is all just, how is this stacking up for the defense? It's interesting. It builds perhaps a story we have not been able to connect yet. We think for 1 minute, we think, oh, this is making sense. This is where they're going with that.
Mm-hmm.
But then the next minute, it's just like, what? Where are they going? all circumstantial. The defense is giving very good explanation or justification. So at this stage, where does this leave us? Where do you think the judge is going to rule? Is this going to go to trial or is it not? And if it doesn't, it doesn't, and that's a whole beast that we have to deal with. If it
I
does,
think it's going to go to
how do
trial.
we
I mean,
prove?
I can't imagine that not going to trial. So I think it'll be enough. But then they said that here's the
Yeah,
thing.
but how do we break it down?
Yeah, here's the thing he said about Jeff Libler, that he didn't. He claims he was not aware of that, and he said he doesn't understand why God would take away my wife. Why God would take away my wife. Maybe in God's eye, this is the way of Him resolving something.
Yeah, that's crazy. Right?
Yeah.
How would you feel if Jamie said that about you and you went missing?
Right.
My,
God took your
my,
wife away? Yeah, you know.
no way.
Like most people say, why God would allow this, even if they said it like, why God would allow, let this happen. Why, not why God would take his wife. I don't know. It's just weird, very weird. Yeah, maybe God's way of resolving it. Okay. And then let's see. The I'm
Yeah.
done. Barry told Grusing, I was just trying to hurt her. That is all I was doing.
Oh, yes, that's a big one I want to say to you. So say it, and then if I may talk, I hate to interrupt you.
Yeah, okay. So Agent Grusing asked Barry Morphew about the suicide text after Suzanne had sent a text saying, I'm done. And Barry said, I was just trying to hurt her. That is all I was doing.
And what do you think about that? So there is, in his own words, him saying, I was just trying to hurt her on the record.
Right.
Well, how else and to what level would he also be willing to hurt her? Because that there in his own words shows that his reaction, his response, and his justification for his actions is to hurt her. So what else did he do to hurt her?
Right. And then, but we also talked about, remember that how many women do that kind of
Yeah.
stuff when a guy says that he's going to leave them? Well, then I'm going to kill myself, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So he's playing, yeah, doing the martyr
So
trick.
he's doing that. I was just
Yeah.
going to hurt her because she's hurting me so much by saying, she doesn't want to be with me anymore and she's done. And I'm going to show her that, well, if you're done, I'm going to commit suicide because
Yeah, and you
yeah,
can paralyze where you feel like you can't do anything because now you're responsible because someone's threatening to hurt
right,
themselves.
right. So he may just play that card, like I didn't say I was going to do anything to her. I was going to hurt myself because I'm so broken up. If she leaves me, I have nothing to live for, and I want to
Yeah,
hurt her.
that's how I was looking at it before, right with you. But
Right.
now that
Now
I
he wants
heard
to hurt her. So yeah, I was just trying to hurt her, you know.
right,
But maybe he's going to say, well, she hurt me, and I was getting back at her, but I didn't physically hurt her. I was, whatever. I don't know where he's going there. But then he
but
said,
his choice of words is always something with linguistics, I believe.
right
Yeah.
now is she okay? She had an Al-Anon book, which is for the families of addicts and alcoholics, but he's saying that as soon as the girls left for the road trip, her mood got worse and she started drinking. So he's making it out, and then he said she was drunk in the sunbathing picture. Look at her eyes.
Yeah, it was disparaging,
So,
but and can we just say that was interesting? Perhaps that's how she looked to him, and that he's just saying it as it is. But then when you go back to researching cases where an individual has lost a very close member to their family, especially a spouse, the second and the minute they start to disparage them in any way, even something so slightly to say, oh, the look in her eyes, she looks drunk, is an indication of disdain
right.
and
Yeah.
some sort of type of strife between
Oh,
them.
yeah,
That's
definitely. Yeah, that's
big
not,
harm to
yeah,
them.
because he'd be like, oh my gosh, look at. But here's the
Exactly.
thing if she has an Al Anon book, who was she in Al Anon for?
Well, I don't believe it was for herself,
No, no, no.
honestly. I mean,
Al-Anon doesn't mean that person is suffering. It means that they're dealing with a family member that suffers from alcoholism or drug addiction.
right.
That's for family members. Don't you remember the commercial? You could see what
Yeah,
it's doing to them, but can you see what it's doing to you? And the lady breaks the pencil and they say, come to
yeah,
Al Anon. So Al
yeah.
Anon is
So
means
my
that
answer would
she's
be,
dealing.
I don't think it's, yeah, I don't, my answer would be, I don't think it's her on herself, but yeah, someone, you're right, someone she's in her family or someone she knows, someone she's close to,
Right, but now
right?
he's making it sound like she has a
It's
drinking
her.
problem. But if she
No,
has an Al Anon book, who is she seeking that help with? Him? Did he have a drinking problem?
right. Do we know? I mean, it's not like
No.
he doesn't drink. No one has said that he doesn't drink. There's no one to attest to say that he doesn't drink.
Right.
It could be, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know, but
Right.
it doesn't make sense to have an Al-Anon book for someone who,
If she has the drinking
right.
problem and she's looking at Al-Anon, she'd have an AA book or something, you know. Um,
Or maybe that's just the most benign way to get access to information if she did have a problem. But the way that he's portraying her to have this problem seems very, out of everything and anything he could speak truths to about her, he points these things out, particularly where it's a picture of her sending of her to another man. He says these disparaging things about her, but otherwise nothing is disparaging.
mm-hmm.
So you kind of need to take that information into context and not really read into the fact that she had a drinking problem or she didn't. He was alluding to the fact that she had a drug addiction to pain meds. She had suffered and gone through and survived cancer twice. Of course, she would have been prescribed particular medication and would have taken it. If she was perhaps abusing it, he might be justified to say that, but he was outright calling her a drug addict, which is not appropriate to say if your
Right.
spouse, a loved one, a family member,
Right.
survived cancer twice. You would not say that. He's going one step above to emphasize something negative towards Suzanne that just,
Right. So now here's the other thing. So they then said they started telling him about these trash dumps. If he remembered what he did in Broomfield, and the agent said that Barry could only remember going to the job site, McDonald's, and the hotel. He never said anything about Men's Warehouse, where that was a big. That wasn't that the longest trash dump, and the
what do you mean?
RTD bus stop. So he didn't remember either of those. And of course, the bus stop now does not have any footage. So that was
Right.
interesting.
They say they have no footage of anything, Carolyn, but then they do say that they have, like we just
The
spoke about, the
GPS.
footage of the
Yeah.
other things. So, what's interesting about that to learn today and to extrapolate from is his admitting to one of those stops was where he said, in his own words, on his own account, that he was disposing of tranquilizer gun material.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Why? How much material does that take up in a truck?
Right. Yeah.
And then not know what you're doing at this specific area near Men's Warehouse or the bus
Right,
stop.
and then going to the car wash, and then telling an agent when they said, "Let's use your truck." Oh, my truck's dirty.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just so
So
inconsistent.
right, and then he said that initially Barry thought it was a mountain lion that took Suzanne, and then he said it was a man named CBD Tim, who Suzanne was buying drugs off the street from.
Yeah, so let's go into that one.
Right.
So far what we're realizing is Barry has great responses and excuses for situations and scenarios that just don't quite completely add up or justify to the scenario.
Right.
This one, for example, is the CBD oil guy, drug dealer slash quote unquote, her hookup, her secret hookup. CBD oil is legal
Legal
in
in
Colorado.
Colorado. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
You can literally get CBD oil at a 7-Eleven.
Right.
There
Grass
is
and
no
don't you have the grass and go
reason,
there? Isn't that the grass
yeah,
and yeah.
no, you just drive into town, one
Yeah.
shop after the next.
Dispensaries, everything.
It's
It's legal there.
you don't even have to have a medical card, which she most likely, most absolutely would qualify for.
Right.
There's no reason that she would have an underground drug dealer for CBD oil. Like,
Right.
that is the biggest bullshit ever.
Right.
And another red flag. Good excuse, but it doesn't line up, dude. He's playing people. He's master manipulating, guys.
Right. Yeah. That Suzanne was abusing drugs and
This is my
alcohol.
opinion, but he really is.
Okay, so the last time he said she was doing well was the summer of 2018, and that she was abusing drugs and alcohol.
Right. So you know what he's saying with that?
Mm-hmm.
What I got out of that is that he's trying to lead everyone, especially investigators, into the idea and mindset that perhaps maybe those pictures that day, drunk eyes combined with her
Right.
abuse of prescription medication, she wandered into the woods at some point, not in her bathing suit because that was found upstairs, but at some point because the night before she went for a walk in the woods at night, he said, and she came home and she was fine, but perhaps she went to do the same thing again the next night, a walk by herself, but being the quote unquote, you know, drunk, alcoholic, drunk eyes,
Yeah.
you know, addicted to pain medication abuser, she wandered out there and that's where she is. She got lost and she's out there somewhere. And a mountain lion
Right.
ate
Or
her.
or that she was
And
dealing with some
coyotes.
really sketchy people, and maybe they killed her and took her money and dumped her somewhere.
Yeah, anything. But do you
Yeah.
remember his first name was the mountain lion or
Yeah, the
animal?
mountain lion.
Yeah. So she wandered off and then she got eaten, which is
Right. Yeah.
a possibility.
Right. But here's the other. Now here's the other thing, and here's
Again,
what I.
these strangers and that road that they live on, going
Yeah.
up there, Foos Lake, Foos Creek.
Right.
There's strange people camping out there. You remember me talking about
Yeah.
that?
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the next possibility. Very true.
Sure. But this is a really weird statement from him, okay? So he was asked by the agent, what was the last image of Suzanne? And he didn't answer for 3 times. He was asked the question. And then the agent asked, did you see a lump in the covers? Right. And this is so weird. He says, probably just the lump there, saw her breathing. Why breathing? See her breathing. That means she's a lot. Like, that's just a weird thing. Because if somebody says,
yeah, and then he covered his ass with
why do you say breathing? Why wouldn't you just say, why would you pick breathing? The one thing that's going to make her alive at
but
that
even with that
time.
So sketchy.
Yeah, it's just a weird thing. You wouldn't say, like, where I saw my husband in the bed. I saw him breathing.
Yeah, I saw him. He was a lump, but I saw he was breathing.
Yeah.
But then remember this. He said he spoke to her, and he said to her when he was leaving, bye, I'm going to the site. Have a good day. Remember, he spoke of not completely waking her up, but going to her bed and saying goodbye, and then checking back in about 6 a.m.
Yeah.
And, letting her sleep. He said to her, I'm leaving. And then he left, and at 6 a.m. he called her again. Yeah. So was she just a lump that he noticed was breathing?
Yeah.
Or was she a lump he noticed was breathing, and he went and he said, I'm leaving. See you later. Love you.
Yeah.
Then he kissed her, something he said. I don't remember, but.
Right. I mean, probably just a lump. I saw her breathing.
That was a weird terminology.
Very weird. Yeah. Yep. Let's see. I didn't know that. What else? CBI agent went back to the hotel on September 1st to take photographs about the chlorine smell. The defense attorney found an email from the hotel manager saying that the room is above the pool area and still smells like chlorine 4 months after the pool's closed.
Yep, but they can't confirm if the pool was full or not.
Mm-hmm.
Was it not? That
Right.
requires a travel to figure out.
Yeah, and let's see. So CBI sent an email to the hotel May 12th to preserve all videos. They picked up the thumb drive. Agents also got the logs, who was coming and going, and Agent Kobach doesn't have information if the hotel was swabbed for her DNA, Suzanne's.
Good.
Yeah, they found the insurance document under a pillow and it ended up in the trash. Agent Kobach said he hasn't read the affidavit, but he knows what Morgan Gentile is, but not Jeff Puckett.
So we know that she's been ruled out as a mistress. Fine. But what's up with this insurance paperwork left behind? Why would he leave something like that left behind? And what was it exactly?
Yeah.
Do you know what insurance? Was it? A job site insurance paperwork, or was
it life
it a life
insurance? Let me see. It says if there's anything on here. Want to insure a new policy? Someone's asking. Hold on. Let me see if anybody knows this. He later filed to have her incapacitated, and then he took it all. Sounds like a plan. Exactly. I don't know. I think people are saying. I think they're trying to say that it was life insurance, and then he filed to have her incapacitated, and then he took it all. Sounds like a plan.
No, that's too soon. That happened later. That happened months. Also,
No. I think they're going through the whole thing. These are just people that are replying and saying, that it was life insurance. Then he filed to have her incapacitated, and then he took it all.
Thanks. Yeah, but what is it, that insurance paper in the hotel room? What was that about? Do we have anything on that?
I don't see anything. I don't see anything on that from Lauren Scharf after that. Let me see.
It's another thing that's just, it's just thin ice. It just isn't way here or there.
So Morgan was supposedly someone they thought was his mistress, but she's been ruled out.
Mm-hmm.
Is that's what that is? And then who's this?
And then for Ellie to say she's ruled out, which is interesting.
Right. Who's Jeff Puckett?
Yeah.
Let's see. Barry
He's the
called.
CDD guy, right?
Because Barry called this Morgan and on May 11th at 7:30 and told her that Suzanne was missing. They talked about a mountain lion, and then he immediately turned his attention to the job in Broomfield.
Yeah. Is he the job site owner? I can't remember. Sounds familiar.
I don't know. I'm trying to see if it says here.
One of them reported that there shouldn't have been any work done that day at all. And it was odd that he was rambling, excuse the word, but the description, but trying to rally everyone up quickly that day, last minute, when technically they're not even allowed to do work that day. So that, don't you think that in and of itself is a bit sketchy, how he was emphatic on getting to the work site on Thursday?
Right, and he couldn't even work in there. Yeah, it's very strange.
Yeah.
Very strange. And how he was in the hotel room so many times, changed his clothes so many times. Yeah.
Have we discussed that?
I think the last time, a little bit about him being in there the whole time and then changing his clothes so many times, like he was doing something somewhere, and that he had to keep changing his clothes.
Did anyone give a reason? He's hot. It's still snowing outside. Why change sometimes?
Yeah, I don't even know if they. I haven't seen it. Them ask him about it. Let's see. So the bikini wasn't collected as evidence. The bikini was not collected as evidence.
It was up in the bedroom.
But you can only see a small portion of the bikini strap, so you can't tell if it had been torn off in any of the photos from the closet, according to the undersheriff.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Real quick, I just why did he change the clothes so much? And was it because each time he was dumping evidence, he would then change the clothes and maybe dump the clothes from before when he
Maybe.
dumped?
Maybe.
Like, what's that strategy? I would like to see that make sense.
Let's
But
see.
yeah, apparently the bathing suit was found in her dresser drawer upstairs, unaffected, put away appropriately.
There was a bundle of firewood next to the fireplace, untouched. So yeah, the unspent shell found, but see that they don't. I don't see them. Let me see if there's anything expanded here on this.
I'm looking next too.
Okay, so Under Sheriff Agent Graham has spoken with the previous owners of the house, and they told CBI there was no damage to that door when they moved out. The bedroom door. Okay,
But
and
that's a new situation, the new damage.
but again, there's a lot, a lot of ways to explain that besides murder. That, the forced entry. She could have locked herself in there. She could have fallen. Like, I mean, he could say 100 things. She could have fallen and
Yeah.
the door was locked and he had to get in there to help her, I mean, that in
It could
and of
have been
itself, if unless you can pinpoint when that happened, I mean, there's so much, there can be doubt on that.
they can give doubt on it, but
Yeah.
it can give
It could, but it could, yeah, it could, like you don't know. It's not a slam dunk.
Yeah, the 50-50 is a point for each side, actually.
Right.
Yeah.
Could be a lot of different reasons. If she had cancer and stuff, what if he said, yeah, well, one of these days she was really, really sick and she actually collapsed on the floor. I heard her go down. The door was locked. I was scared to death and I pushed it open. I forced it open.
Right. But he could say that moving forward. Has he spoken of it to it before in any interview? We don't know.
I don't know.
We'll wait to see. But, one thing that I did get information on is that, when he was at that impasse where he took a right or a left very, very early in the morning, and he said he was chasing the elk to
Right.
get
Antlers.
it ends up that sunrise would happen between 5:30 a.m. and 6 a.m. early May. So it would have been dark still. It's not a conducive light and time of day to be chasing elk. So the almanac is what it is, and that's the documentation of how sunlight would have been at that time of day, and his excuse was he went the opposite direction to chase elk, but it would have been pitch dark at that moment because that day would have been sunrise between 5:30 and 6 a.m. and that was 4 something and 5 a.m., right?
Yeah, and what about DNA evidence on that? Did he say anything about the DNA evidence on the bullet?
I don't know.
It was excluded. He was excluded from the tranquilizer dart tip, but what about the bullet?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
That is a big question mark.
No receipt was found for hot tub chemicals from Salida Stove and Spa. They found khaki-colored shorts that Barry was wearing on May 9th in there.
But was that in the washer?
It was
Because
in
he
the
said
dryer.
Barry is all the needle sheath tranquilizer gun. Barry says, "See, I think this makes me look bad. No wonder people in Chaffee County hate me. This makes me look so bad. This triggers a few groans and eye rolls from the public." So this was one of the tweets from today. What was in that washer? Was it his khaki shorts and sheets, or where were the sheets
Yeah,
found?
the sheets, because people are saying, some people are saying, you never wash clothes with sheets. They get all tangled.
Not if you're a man, they throw it all in.
Yeah,
Weights,
right.
clothes.
I mean, that's just a silly thing. He never washed clothes and sheet. That's not gonna something that's gonna hold up in court. That's like, that reminds me of that. Was it Saturday Night Live? They had the person on the stand and they said, is this the shampoo you use? And she's like, yes. And he's like, can you tell me about your routine? And she's like, yes. I put it on, I lather, and I rinse. And he goes, aha! You don't follow directions because it says repeat, and you did not repeat. But that's silly. Like, you don't ever wash clothes with sheet because you say so. Okay, that's not a smoking gun there.
Yeah. Remember that. That is awesome.
That's just crazy. Yeah. Okay.
That's a funny analogy because it's so true.
Yes, and then somebody says here, I'm single and retired. I have washed my clothes with sheets many times to make a full load. So I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but going left at that time would have taken him the direction of where Suzanne's helmet was found.
Right.
So he's saying it's elk. It's not even sunlight. What's up with that?
Yeah.
I think that could be a plus towards the defense.
Yeah, could be.
If we're gonna do pros and cons.
Mm-hmm. They could, but I don't. It's just like, I don't know. Maybe they'll have something. Maybe they're saving something really big for tomorrow. I don't know.
Yeah. Except for they did say the meat and potatoes they'd already shared.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying to think. Maybe they were just. I don't know.
Playing the game.
Maybe they got some feedback from what's going on here, and they figure. I have no idea. I really don't. It's.
What do you think about this idea? Do you think, or do you see any evidence, perhaps, of since your last live and us going through all of this and the points that we brought out, that even the defense might have picked up on a few things? And is any of these statements or information coming forward after the fact, after your live? Like, are they picking up on the pieces and then applying them? Or are we just working off of old statement and testimony? Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
it would be really the defense and prosecution to pay attention to us.
Mm-hmm.
And not to toot a horn, but they're on it. Let's not discount that.
Well, they have people they have people there that investigate social media as part of their job. But they investigate everybody's feeds and also what's going on social media.
Yeah.
So they do have people that do that. Let me see. Verizon records. Yeah.
And they have the ability to investigate things a little bit further where it's outside of their jurisdiction and once become a public topic or tip per se, they can take that and then investigate it. So social media can be a really good positive thing for researching a case, but then there's that whole other flip side that we won't get into. But yeah, I think your last live really brought out a lot of interesting points that both sides of the realm would want to take interest into and take notes of. And we're kind of seeing a little bit of it being played, in my opinion.
And there were more people, I guess, on the defense team this time, 3 other people?
Yeah.
Besides the Drew Nielsen and Iris?
Yeah, do we know who they are?
The
researchers.
Maybe just walked in the court where he was wearing a gray suit and was holding an orange envelope and other papers.
His folder of his notes, perhaps?
Maybe. Let's see here.
I still can't get over that. After Suzanne sent Barry the text.
Right.
The whole thing. Something to do with being at the neighbor's house. Explain that to me, but apparently Barry had received the text from Suzanne that she was done. And then Barry, his reaction to, the gun in the closet was his way of just saying he was trying to hurt her.
Mm-hmm.
That, for me, at the end of the day today, is just, I would like to put that up at the top of the red flags, don't you think?
Yeah, a lot about his, personality, behavior, and manipulation tactics, but is it really the defense can also cast doubt on that. You know, I don't think that's, yes, maybe you're not a good person when you do that. And you're trying to manipulate someone and hurt them, and but I just think
Maybe he looked
again,
at mom.
I just think back to people that say, if you're done, if you're leaving me, good luck,
Yeah.
because whoever you're with, I'm going to kill the both of you, or I'm going to kill us both. Whatever, have said a lot worse, right? And they're going to. I think they would just point to him saying he was going to kill himself. That's how he was going to hurt you.
Yes, but then at the same time, that whole mindset of how he was like, if she's gone at the end of the day, at least I still have hunting. I just find his
That is very weird, because
I'm
where's your
for it.
daughters, But
Yeah.
yeah,
I
that's
just, it's not relatable. If he goes to trial, he's going to have a struggle with that.
because I don't remember. I'm remembering something from a
He's
long,
not going to
long.
have anyone like you to say, oh, well, yeah, it makes sense
I
because
re-
you're so clear. And I mean, DA will, of course, she's great. She's going to do what she can do. But at the end of the day, it's really hard to explain his mind thinking and some of the things that he says.
yeah, I just think that
Burning the folders in the fireplace and just,
yeah, that's weird. And then that the journal missing, yeah, is weird. And but then there's
what
that
about,
spy pen. How come that spy
yeah,
pen?
exactly. That's what I was going to bring up.
Like, why didn't it pick up fighting between? They did pick up fighting between them about money and stuff, but I'm talking about that day. And where was that spy pen kept? Because let's say that break in the door is in that bedroom right before she goes missing. Wouldn't the spy pen have picked that up?
That would make sense
And
as
if he
to
was
why
like, everybody's saying that he's chasing her around, like at that time, but you would hear shrill screaming and craziness going on, right?
exactly. Yeah, that's been the thing for me is like, so we don't hear much about what's on the spy pen except for what's been shared, which is only the fact that there was some 5-hour recording of her with her lover Jeff, but nothing to elaborate all the other things that they just simply touched on, between arguments about money between Barry and Suzanne on the pen. They didn't describe that how long they went on. They didn't go into detail, but yeah, this has been one of the big things here within the group is what if there's more on that pen than we realize that's been shared, and maybe there's more caught on that pen.
But you think they would bring
Oh,
that
and
out
then
because they really don't have I mean, I don't know. But I'm just saying that could be another point for the defense, depending on where that spy pen picked up this stuff.
okay, so then that's the question. So like you're on it, and if that's the case, Carolyn, then is this not the time for prosecution to say we have it all on the spy pen, or should they, or are they okay not to too much elaborate into that, or is this the time to do it? Why are we not hearing more details into the spy pen, only significantly into that part and not the rest, just like we just said?
Yeah, I would have to, you'd
There's
have to
more to
know
come
when's
about
the
that.
last recording on the spy pen.
Yeah.
When was the
Can
last known recording?
right, and that's a big question. Is that a question that they're required to sustain the judge so the judge applies that to his decision? Or is that something they can just simply allude to and leave it to the question mark? And the judge can say, well, there's a question to this, and it further than justifies we go to trial. How much do they need
I
to
think
go
if they
into
had
this?
something that big, that it would come out. That
It would
they
come out
would.
now, right?
Yes. That especially because they don't. It's not like they have such a tremendous amount of like smoking gun evidence. Okay, but if they really had a recording of, him saying something, I'm gonna kill you now, whatever, and she's screaming and he's running around, he's crashing through a door. okay, and that was recorded on the day she went missing, that would be huge.
And they would need to have presented it now.
Yeah,
Times
that would be
now.
huge. I mean, yes, that if
Right.
they're talking about meat and potatoes, that would really be the meat and the potatoes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I mean, that's basically if they had all that on. And I'm just thinking maybe when was that 5 hour? Do we know the date of that 5 hour conversation that it recorded with her and Jeff? And when the last recording was, maybe it wasn't charged. Those kind of things have to be charged. They probably have a wireless charger, and maybe it was dead. Maybe she didn't use it anymore. Maybe she just figured out, to heck with it. I'm not catching him on anything. I'm done with it. And maybe it wasn't used for 3-4 weeks.
That's definitely its timeline of it in and of itself, and the fact that we kind of have a bit of question mark over the fact of why does she have a 5 hour recording of her lover's conversation?
I think that
What
was
does it
picked
tell
up by
you about the reason
accident.
for eating the pin
But
if there's only so much
But
on
I
Barry?
think, yeah, but I think that was picked up by
Blackmail
accident.
her. Oh,
I
okay.
do,
Yeah,
because she
or
deleted
someone
it.
could say she was documenting her relationship with the guy. So
Or maybe,
she
you
had
know,
that.
she wanted to hear, I don't know, maybe she wanted to listen to it later, but then delete it. Who knows, you know, but it was deleted. Wasn't it in the deleted files? I think it was.
Okay, if it were, then that would make more sense.
Yeah, and so it could have been an accidental recording, or it could have been something she just wanted to listen to, you know, his voice again later, you know, how women can be, right? You never know, right? I don't know. Maybe that was just something she wanted to hear him say stuff to her. I don't know.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. But it's just, we'll see.
Anything on that 70K today?
What?
Any updates? Any updates on that $70,000 from the safe?
Oh, the safe?
Has
No,
it
I
been
didn't see
determined?
anything. I didn't see anything from that.
So, all right. So then, today, as we stand, has it been determined if that $70,000 was there after Suzanne went missing and only went missing after the search warrant, or was it missing and maybe Suzanne took it with her? Has that been
No,
cleared?
not that I've seen. Not that I've seen.
I've heard there's documentation that Barry said it was there after she went missing, but then after the search warrant, he's alluding to law enforcement not returning it back. Which can happen because a lot of times when there's search warrants, money and guns will be seized.
Right.
And that would make sense. And that seems to be what has been implied, but then other people have interpreted as it was missing before Suzanne. So I'm just wondering, have you guys been able to clarify that? So far, from what I've been able to clarify, it is after the fact and has nothing to do with Suzanne taking $70,000 of cash and running off and Gone Girl. And
Right.
tell me this, like, let's go back to this Gone Girl theory. I watched the movie, or, you know, there's the book. I watched the movie. I didn't have time for the book.
Right.
But a lot of people are saying Gone Girl theory. But in the movie, this woman plotted and planned out her disappearance in an effort to frame her husband.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of YouTube channels and creators out there saying, one specifically, absolutely specifically, who I'm not going to say the name,
Right.
says, oh, it's absolutely Gone Girl theory. And I said, are you saying she planned and plotted her own disappearance to frame her husband? And it got a like from that person. And I'm thinking, whoa, do people really think without an ID, without her
Right.
passport,
But
she went off
I know what you're going to say, but the biggest thing is, if she was really in love with that guy, if he was really the love of her life and she wanted to marry him, She's not with him. And it's over
And
what? It's over a year,
medication,
and she has cancer and needs treatment.
medication, even though the medication is missing, but that lasts what, 2 weeks, 30 days max?
Right, but they would need her records. Like, I mean, is she going to gamble with her life like that? Yeah, I don't think it's a Gone Girl thing at all.
Impossible. Like, as a group, can we just come together and realize that that is just the most implausible scenario ever?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't believe that at all, because it's not in anything. You know, if he was gone too, if he had disappeared too, Jeff Libler, maybe, but no.
Right, but Carolyn, people are like, oh, well, FBI, law enforcement, they didn't investigate her secret bank accounts. They didn't investigate this. And the 70,000 K is missing. So she could be Gone Girl. And it's no, let's break it down like a sandwich, one bite at a time. The 70K is missing after the search warrant was done. So that's explained. Her secret bank accounts may not have been looked into at the time of questioning, but guaranteed that afternoon that was looked into, and they've got it and they're ready for it. Or am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah, but what if he took the 70K to pay someone off to do something, and now is trying to blame it on the police?
Yep, he could. That
And to
is
clean his
true.
hands for whoever else knew that 70,000 was in the safe? If his
Yeah,
daughters
plan
knew,
all
if his daughters knew, if the boyfriend knew, if someone else knew, if that, was there, and gosh, now I think the cops took it.
Yes, but the only thing about that is how investigations go. If there was $70,000 cash in a safe in a crime scene, it would have had to have been taken away and given to whoever, for whatever reasons, Barry Suzanne. But after the search warrant, if there's $70,000 cash in a safe during a search warrant, it would be seized. And it would
Yeah,
be
but
put
I
on
think
a
what
list.
he's trying to say is
He
that
can
there's a
listen to
dirty
you.
cop on there. Don't you understand what he's trying to say? There's a dirty cop on there who turned the darn camera off and took the money.
Yeah, so he's claiming that, and then to back it up on law enforcement side, they're not giving any accounting for it. So it's quite sketchy. I
Right.
don't know what to say about that.
I think he might
But-
just be trying to account for that 70,000, and maybe he used it to pay someone off.
If there were $70,000 during that warrant, they would have documented taking it.
Right. Oh, yeah. Yes, definitely. If there was, but I don't think he's trying to say that they document, because he wouldn't be worried about it. If it was documented, we've got your 70,000, then he'd know
Right.
they have my 70,000. He's
Exactly.
saying they took it, like they were dirty and took it and it's gone.
Yeah, he's being the rat, but at the same time, he's opening his mouth, inserting his foot, because he's not suggesting it went missing before Suzanne or when Suzanne went missing. He's saying it went missing after.
Mhm.
You get what I'm
Right.
saying?
And right,
So
and
they
after,
use
because
something. It's
that's
all-
better
it's
to
all in
his,
terms of food.
that's better for him, because if it went missing before, that could be the money that's to pay for someone to help him with this thing.
Well, that, and that it could be money that she took to be Gone Girl. Even
Yeah,
though
it could be, but
you
I
have
don't
to be
even think he
thinking.
was thinking Gone Girl, because he was thinking Mountain Lion and CBD Tim.
Yeah, you're 10 steps ahead of us, but we're still trying to catch up with his with the whole Gone Girl concept, which didn't even calculate to him.
Right.
Yeah, we get you.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not going to work
I
out.
think
is
the
it?
70,000 is something he was preparing for somebody to ask him, where is the 70,000? Okay, and that's, he didn't want to be connected to that, or that he could have paid someone off with that.
Mhm.
It's just what I'm thinking.
Mhm.
I don't know, just so much there. He really was pretty good at hiding a lot of stuff, and I just think that spy pen she must not have had that spy pen charged. I don't think it was recording, on those days. If it was, and it did catch him breaking the door down, or, pounding on it, open this door, right, or whatever,
that would have shared it with
oh, definitely. Right? That would have been a smoking gun. I mean, yeah. So, yeah.
What about the whole thing that S.A. Harris said, during their investigation, it came out that Suzanne Morphew would use Find My Phone to track Barry Morphew. He says sometimes Barry would turn his phone on airplane mode so Suzanne couldn't track him. Right. What's up with that? I mean, what's up with that?
Well, I heard. Well, she was desperately trying to find him cheating, right? Because if he was cheating, she could leave the relationship and not feel guilty because of her religion, right? So she was dead. That's why she got the spy pen, was to catch him cheating.
Mm-hmm.
So,
well, yeah, if you're cheating, the first thing in your mind is in the mindset that you have, which is cheater. So then you assume the other person is cheating.
Right.
Not to be mean to Suzanne, but I could understand the mentality and the fact that it would behoove her to find him cheating so that she could justify to everyone she's not just the bad guy.
Right.
Kind of thing.
Yeah.
You get what I mean?
Yep.
Yeah.
But even that, like, Find My Phone thing, what I found in the last few cases we've covered is that there were quite a few people using that to follow. Like, I wouldn't even think of that, okay?
I wish someone would show me how to use it. I'd like to know where my kids are.
Yeah. I just so crazy that I wouldn't, like, find my phone. Okay. But yeah, I guess there were a lot of people that are using that to find out where their spouses are. But again, let's just say that she was suspicious. Again, that doesn't mean something. There's a lot of women that are suspicious and nothing's going on, or their guys are out with friends or having a drink, or they just don't want their husband having a drink, or whatever it could be. And he could just say, yeah, she hated when I went out with the guys after work. Doesn't exactly mean, even if he's, out of pocket and she doesn't know where, that he's doing something really sinister.
Yeah,
so again, there's doubt on that, even, yeah, I'm not finding that as like this big smoking gun.
Yeah, it just seems like muddy water.
Yeah. Unless like they found him at an address of, like, say that one that they ruled out, that would be something. Yeah. But it's like, I don't know. That just doesn't seem. We'll see what they have tomorrow, but I don't know. I don't think this is such a slam dunk case. I think it'll go to trial. I do, but
do you really think that?
Yeah, I do, but I just don't think it's going to be, like, where, this is inevitable that he's going to get it. It's like the corn rake guy that killed his wife with the corn rake.
Yeah.
That was pretty bad. I mean, I think we all knew, like, okay, he's going to be found guilty, and he was, or it's just, there's been so many cases lately that you could just say, oh my gosh, this is so bad. They're going to come back within 45 minutes on this one, and that's how a lot of them have been. But this one, I don't know. I think they're going to bring a lot of.
So basically, you're saying they're going to bring a lot of case law.
A lot of reasonable doubt too. A lot of doubt.
Yeah. So that this pulls forward towards a trial. There's a lot of case law to back all this up.
Yeah, and just a lot of, like, well, how can you be sure?
Like, this happened in this case, that happened in that case.
Yeah.
And this is what we have right now. And given these facts of, historical law facts of evidence and trial and success, based on what we have here now, this case warrants to go to trial.
Yeah, I think it will go to trial. Okay. I can't see it not going to trial, but I'm saying when it does go to trial, I think there's a lot of ways that doubt is going to be able to be brought in there. And you know how the jurors are, like, a lot of them say, gosh, Casey Anthony and all that stuff. But I just couldn't do it to the letter of the law because there was this reasonable doubt or whatever. Okay, and they made it thought like, oh yeah, I think she, but I couldn't because this or that, and it's that kind of stuff that'll, really.
But what about this, Carolyn? What if it ends up that it doesn't qualify for trial? What are your thoughts then?
I don't know. I just don't see that it's not going to qualify for
We
trial.
kind of need to. We kind of need to.
Does let me ask the chat here. Let me ask the chat. Do you guys think this is okay? If you think this is going to qualify for trial, put it Y, and if you think it's not, put an N.
And what if it doesn't qualify? Like, what are we going to take from that? That's a really good way and a mindset to say, what if it ends up that this doesn't qualify for trial? Let's think about what we know and where we are and what we've heard so far, and the points and the red flags that lead us to argue. No, it has to go to trial. What are those points? What are those important points?
No, Robert E. Bob, they have charged him, but this hearing right now is to decide whether it's going to move forward.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so we have one no, two yeses.
We don't know.
People are not sure. They're worried. Yes is coming up now.
My dear, the question is, what if they rule it's not worthy to go to trial? What can we derive from what we know to say, hold on, to think futuristic, to be forethought into thinking before that could be ruled that? If it is, what do we see now that would absolutely be a great argument against that? Rather than being hindsight 2020, let's evaluate that now. You get what I mean?
A little bit, not really. You're saying that if it doesn't go to trial,
okay, yeah, tomorrow. If we learn, not tomorrow, but the day after, okay, it's been ruled nothing is worth. Let's just say today, because we don't know what's going on tomorrow.
Right.
So as of today, it's ruled it's not going to go to trial because there's not sufficient evidence to take it further. What is it that we've learned so far that if we heard that tonight, first thing in the morning, that we could extrapolate from what we know so far, that will argue and be in protest to say, but wait, what about this? What about that? Let's pull and extrapolate those points, which I'm very, very sure the defense has done, and the prosecution has done, and the defense has pointed out and has, been able to justify or manipulate. The point is that I'm making it more confused. If the judge says there's no reason to go to trial, what is it that we see looking back on the prosecution side to say, hey, that's not justified because of this, and this? What on the prosecution side would give points towards them? And then looking back, if that were the case, what points on the defense side would say, hey, that makes sense? Is that better explained? I'm sorry.
Amber Ellis says she sees what you're saying now, and
I'm one of those.
LMW is saying, but there isn't any DNA or blood or a body.
Yeah, and that's all for the defense.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely right.
You can always.
This is the nice guys. I mean, it can go one way or the other. I would not be surprised if this doesn't go to trial. This is so close. This is not Patrick Frazee.
But when is the last time something's like that's happened? Okay, so like the murder of a spouse, and it's not gone to trial, not because of a plea deal, but because the hearings don't show sufficient evidence. When is the last time that's happened?
Yeah, that's
where a spouse has been charged for the death of the other spouse, and it's not been brought to trial. I mean, Fotis Doulos, he was going to trial. He killed himself. Okay, so that you can't say that because it was dropped. Okay, that's dropped because of his death. When is the last time a hearing, turns out, oh, there's not sufficient evidence to charge that spouse? Has that been happened, and when? And what was the reason? We have to look into that, I think.
Yes, and summer on my brain. It's the first thing and the only thing that comes to mind is missing Rosie. In Summer Wells' case.
Right.
Missing Rosie.
But I don't think her husband was charged,
children
was
that were
he?
removed from the house before. Apparently, there were other children prior.
Yes.
Children born previous to Summer and the boys,
Yes.
where they were removed. That is a case where they didn't have evidence one way or the other on who might have perpetuated the abuse. So as long as they removed the children, they didn't go further. I don't know, but I don't think outside of that strange scenario, I've ever seen anything so nice like this.
But was Rosie's husband charged?
No, no one was charged.
Okay, so that's not then exactly like I'm saying, like where there are charges and they go to this hearing and then they say, oh, sorry, that we don't think there was enough evidence to bring that forward to trial.
Yeah,
that's what I'm saying. When has that happened? Does anybody in the chat know a case of when that's happened?
Not even that, yeah. That's a hard question.
That was the police officer. There was that police officer who drowned 2 wives in a bathtub about 10 years ago. Are you talking about is that Drew Peterson?
Yeah.
But
he went away with a lot.
But didn't he have a trial and or did he not have a trial? I have to look that up with him.
Yeah, I don't know. So with that being said, do cases like this typically then just go to trial? Being that we can't pull up a case that hasn't? Or is it just not widely covered? I don't know.
Everybody's saying, some people say no, yes, but there was DNA evidence and blood somewhere, they're saying, I don't know where. Yeah, I think it's going to go to trial. I just think it's not going to be.
What if it doesn't, Carolyn? What are we going to do?
I don't know what we're going to do. I think just
he's going to get out on bond.
Right.
He's probably going to still get out on bond based on all of this. Because of trial, he'll probably get bond.
Amy Celeste can't think, but she thinks in a case offhand, but she thinks it might have happened. They ruled the first one an accidental drowning. What about the guy in the hot tub for the Star Trek guy? Oh my gosh, the 911 guy. What was his name? Shatner. They thought he killed his wife. Remember?
What?
Oh yeah, she died in the hot tub, and they thought he killed her. That was the first thing. They thought he killed her, and and then they ruled it an accident. Remember that one guy, Shatner?
Or about that one actress out over on Catalina in California. What's her name?
Natalie Wood?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That didn't go to trial either.
No, right. But he wasn't even charged, right? It was. Yeah. People say it wasn't an accident, but he was never charged. But I don't. Yeah. Shatner, I don't remember if he was charged. And Kevin says, how will it well, there are cases with no body, Kevin, that still can get prosecuted, and you got Patrick Frazee. There was a lot of blood DNA and stuff in there, and her tooth and all of that, to show that she was attacked, and so was, we don't know how Jennifer Dulos would have ended the trial because Photos killed himself, but I think there was enough evidence there that she didn't make it out of that garage alive, and I think he would have been convicted, and I think he knew that, and that's why he killed himself.
Yep.
Yeah.
This might be an enigma. It is such thin ice between both sides. It's kind of scary. I wouldn't want to be on the jury, would you?
No. No. Over 500 have been prosecuted with no body, Ali Cattell said. Ali Cattell's, do you know of a case where someone's been charged with killing a spouse and after the hearing it does not have enough evidence to move forward? Because usually good prosecutors don't even take something this far if they don't have evidence to prove their case. I'm just wondering if anyone's heard of anything not unusual anymore without a body, right, Anne? Let's see.
It's interesting to know and understand a judge's discretion. For example, I would like to understand and know how a judge has discretion when he has to determine if he believes Barry that he turned one way or the other, but the opposite direction to follow Elk in an effort to seek the horns.
Right.
In the middle of the dark of the earliest part of the morning on a way to a job on a Sunday where you're not even allowed to work.
Right.
It would be interesting to know if things do pan out that way, how did the judge calculate that and assess it and determine his decision? Because some of this stuff is pretty elementary, right, guys? But you never know.
Hmm.
And that
Shatner
being
was
said,
investigated.
judges have, I mean, their experience, they're the best, the top of the top, and we have absolute complete faith in them. And so to even question their thought process is a bit difficult for me, but I'm thinking and hoping that, you know, even just with how things are panning out and the nice that it's on, just the tiny, simplest scenarios such as that weighs into the judge.
Well, yeah, and even more than the judge, like let's say it does go through, that little thing could hang up one juror that could say, well, what if he really was going, you know, to get those antlers? And what if he was? And that's all it takes. That's all it takes is look at the Jodi Arias case in the first trial, a hung jury, you know? I mean, it's all it takes is one. That's it.
Yeah. So difficult.
You know, and I think the other thing is it's some people take things, you know, so literally and are so like, oh gosh, no, I listened to what he said, and if it could be that this, you know, like, and they'll just, that's it. They're not going to do something because they're so afraid of the possibility that they may send an innocent person to prison.
Yeah.
And it weighs heavy, and they can't unless, if there's any way at all, even if it's, you know, it can hang them up. So, you know, that him saying that could really
There's always that underlining factor that needs to be calculated.
Yeah.
Regardless of, you know, the foyer, however it is called foyer, when they build your jury team.
Mm-hmm.
Foyer, it's a French word, but you know, you can interview a bunch of people and you can try to assess their reaction to each and every scenario, but you never know. There's always still that at the end of the day, you ask a person, how does it feel to you for someone to be sentenced, to you to have sentenced someone to life in prison or to death, yada, yada, yada. It's one thing to say, I feel this way or that way, but at the end of the day, when you go to sleep and you realize, a person realizes, if there's one doubt whatsoever and they've made some decision with any unsureness whatsoever, that can haunt a person on a jury. It's what you're saying, it's a very difficult position to be in. And so far, the judge has to determine what do you think would be fair for a jury to hear. And that's just something you can't deny. You're absolutely right. That's a huge factor.
Yeah, and I see Ally Cattell said she can't think of a single case offhand, that the prosecutors usually have, they won't bring it if they don't have their evidence that they're secure about. And so, but Sandra's saying, look at the evidence, put it down on paper and weigh it. I cannot see a not guilty. Maybe one juror can say they cannot do it. The what ifs are too many.
Yeah, what if's too many? Okay, so like with the Summer Wells case and Suzanne Morphew case, what if it was an accident? Why not just say it was an accident? Summer Wells case, an accident, this, that, or the other, drowning, heat stroke, she got off the property, whatever it could be in Summer Wells case, accident. Suzanne Morphew, a moment of passion, rage, an accident, over-aggression, reaction to anger, what have you. Why don't people, or do people, why not say, it was an accident? Why go to the deep?
Because it's usually people that usually that happens, that if it's really is, a lot of times it's not truly an accident at all. Like, I mean, you could look at the Chris Watts case where he was saying it was an accident that he killed her, but then why didn't you call 911 and you cleaned up everything? That didn't make sense, right? And it didn't make sense because it wasn't an accident. And so a lot of times when people say something's an accident, but their actions afterwards don't make sense that something was an accident, it's either because it wasn't an accident or because that accident happened while, say, somebody was taking drugs and they should have been watching their kids, or they weren't in their house and their house burned down, and or whatever it was that they could be responsible for, and yet they don't want to be caught, so they're covering up. That's usually what it is. When people have a real accident, they usually follow the correct steps, and their actions show that.
So they're hiding something.
Yeah, that's what I think. Yeah, I think that's the only reason you wouldn't, if you had an accident, you'd call 911. If your child fell down the steps and broke their neck, you'd call 911.
So then it's safe to say you could see that scenario happening in Summer Wells' case, but where would Barry Morphew have a justification to deny an accident? Why would he?
Well, I mean, how would it be an accident? If he killed her in a crime of passion, then he would still be like, crap, I'm going to go to prison, right? So it's I don't see an accident happening.
100 times worse if you dispose of the body. If you
but I know, 100 times worse, but somebody that thinks they can get away with it, is thinking, I don't have to, anything has to happen to me.
Then it becomes no longer a crime of passion.
Right. But they think like they're not willing to take that crime of passion, and it probably isn't a crime of passion then either.
Yeah, and then may I ask you this, a bit off topic, but with the Summer Wells case, if it was an accident, don't you think after all this time and all of the investigation and everything else that's been interjected into the case, that Dawn Wells, Candace, Brandis, one of them, if it were an accident, that by now they would have spoken up and just said, you know what, we give up. It was an accident. This is what happened. Because so much has been introduced or
but also, can I tell you, it's also looking like they don't have it. Like, okay, after they've gotten away with something since what, June 15th? let's say it was an accident or whatever, and for some reason it was covered up, and no one knows anything, and no one seems to have any information because they figure, oh, if somebody had information, then maybe at that point it's, you want to try to get your other kids back. You want to have your life. It's not going to bring Summer back, and maybe they're just like, well, we'll ride it out. I don't know. I'm saying if they're thinking that way, that could be what they're thinking. I'm not saying that's what it is, but it could be what someone's thinking at that point.
Right. Do you see? Yes, exactly. And do you see that applying to the Morphew case, or completely?
No, I don't
separate?
think so, because I don't think anything happened that was an accident with her if it happened by Barry's hand.
Okay.
Right, and I don't think he would. I don't think if he did something, I don't think it's an accident, and I don't think he would just turn himself in. Especially, you have to look a year for him to be arrested. Just like this Larry Miliete, I think 100% he had something to do with Maya's disappearance. Okay? But I'm thinking to myself, well, why the freak, hasn't he been arrested? And I mean, he's even named a suspect, person of interest. And, I can't get myself away from the freezer thing. And I don't know. And I just say, well, it's going to be a year to arrest Larry like it was Barry and Larry. Yeah, I don't know. It's just.
It's time to stack it up.
And I think Larry's very arrogant, and I think Barry is too. They're not going to say just, oh, yeah, it was me. I did it. I don't know.
And most typically, you don't even get that. They just deny to die. So.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. I just, I don't know. I think a lot of people talk about an accident, but usually, if something is an accident, then there's got to be a reason that somebody tried to cover it up.
Yeah. But the devil is in the details. And if I may say, as far as I'm concerned, in my own personal opinion, this just the tiniest little things that step out. One of them, number one for me, is when Barry said that he on his own fruition, he admitted he was stomping around the woods in the specific area, supposedly where he was found peeing on his cell phone, looking for where Mallory had shot a turkey. Okay, I know I sound crazy right now, but that's what he said. Why would he, days later, be tromping around that area, looking for a so-called shot turkey?
Yeah.
Period. Question mark. Exclamation mark. Question
But
mark.
where if he shot her, but see, if he shot Suzanne, where's all the
Mallory
blood?
Shoot it, son.
But where's all the blood? If he shot her there or around there, where's all the blood?
Not even taking it that far yet. I just want to know, why did he say that? That is the strangest thing to say, to justify his cell phone pinging, per se.
Yeah,
Right, Barry, why are you here right now before you go home to Suzanne at this time of day on this day? Oh, well, I'm stomping around the woods. I'm looking for a turkey that Mallory shot.
right. I know, but look at Chad. Look at Chad Daybell said.
No, you just don't. If you shot the turkey, it ran off, and trust you me, 5-10 coyotes ate it. It's disseminated. It's nothing.
Right.
You can't find it. Why is he?
Because maybe he was out there for another reason, but just look, Chad Daybell said he was shooting a raccoon from a tree during the day, okay, and then buried it in the pet cemetery to explain the burying of the children.
Yes, thank you. Because That's so similar, and that's some kind of psychology, some faux pas on his part to say that, and so similar to the raccoon story with the Vallow case. Like, I think 100% in my head, that's number one up there on suspicion, red flag, red flag. He wishes he never said that. It says so much, just like the Vallow case with the raccoon, which I'm
Right.
sure Chad Daybell wishes he never.
Right.
I don't know, he was thinking he wrote the text trying to justify it, but it bit him in the butt. And same as this statement that Barry Morphew said, it's just, I can't, that is, out of everything so far, and I'm sure I've missed a lot, that is a number one thing that just doesn't make sense. Red flag. Doesn't make sense. What do you guys think about that? Is that your number one? What is your number one thing that he said that if at the end of the day this does not go to trial, statements that he's made that doesn't make sense? That one doesn't make sense to me. That combined
The trash dumps don't make sense to me. The trash dumps don't make sense to me. That he doesn't remember the Men's Warehouse one where they said that was the longest one in the car wash, and that he doesn't remember that or what he was dumping. That wouldn't make sense to me. Why so many trash dumps? Why so many changes of clothing? Why did you go to work on a Sunday when you know you can't work in that county on a Sunday?
The trash dumps when he says he was looking for a turkey in the middle of the woods before going home, and then we realize he's getting rid of a camo jacket, a tree pot, and boots. Was he hunting her down in the property area with his .22? I don't know. With a camo jacket? I don't know. But it doesn't make sense why he's hunting down a dead turkey, and then later, what is caught on video that they have proof of is him getting rid of a camo jacket, the tree pot, tree bucket, and his, as per his words, boots without the shoelaces to justify him. Who takes boots up to your hotel room to remove the laces? Dumpy, old, dirty boots with holes in them. Take them up to your clean hotel room, remove the laces, and then take them back downstairs after you've done 4 dumps before that. Remove the shoelaces in the car, dump the boots, keep the shoelaces, put them somewhere. But it just didn't make sense why he would take dirty boots up to the hotel room either. But I digress. Point is exactly, he was dumping a camo jacket, a tree pot, later admitted boots, and before that he was around the property nearby, so to look for a dead turkey, perhaps maybe in that camo jacket and boots. Something was going on.
So something was missing, or he needed to do something in that area.
But we're hoping that they retrieve these things like the Duluth's case.
Right.
We don't know. And if they, Carolyn, if they did retrieve the camo jacket, the tree bucket, the boots, yada, 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 would we know about this now, or would that only come up in trial? Should it go
So, so that's why I think it's going to go to trial, because I think they're going to, they have more to expand on what was found in the trash and tie it all together. I think I'm really not thinking that it's not going to go to trial. There's no.
But don't you think don't you think that is one of the main key things that's going to make this go to trial?
Yes. Yes.
Is everything we just said, the whole.
Yeah. I think it definitely.
Changing the clothes, the boots, the clothes.
Yeah.
The looking for the turkey, yada yada yada. That's all.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to trial. I really am not upset or like thinking it's not. I'm not, because they have stuff that's in there. So I think it's definitely going to go to trial. I'm more concerned that a jury's going to feel that this is not good enough. Someone's going to feel that there's too much reasonable doubt. That's the stuff, depending on.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that's one of the things that's going to say, yeah, this is worthy to go for the trial. That's one of the things. What is another thing? Can you guys think of that would say and justify, yes, we need to go to trial with this? Is it the technology in the vehicle, the cell phone pings? What do you guys think?
Yeah, I mean, that's circumstantial, the door and stuff. But him being, in the locations he was, taking that wrong turn. It's, but there's still, I'm hoping that they have some
think
real
there's
good stuff from that trash that would really help anybody that had any reasonable doubt not to.
And they don't have to tell us now if they found it or not.
Right,
Which is
just the trash dumps and,
most likely that they did. Yeah.
and who knows, I don't know, and then the tree and what about that tree? Like, how did they find out about that spy pen exactly? Through her friend, yes, but where was it? How much did it record? All that stuff.
We didn't even know about the spy pen. First of all, the tree thing was so interesting. We have to remember, I know I already said this, but it was such significant that a whole new search warrant was made and approved, and they went back to the property and properties that he worked at to search for newly planted trees, because they had it in their mindset that they thought perhaps that was one of the ways that he disposed of her. Why else did they go back to the property to look for newly planted trees? We didn't even know about the tree pot bucket being dumped then, but we did know about the new search warrant. And don't you see how they're both connected and how interesting that is?
Oh yeah, because definitely. I mean, the tree plays a big part, because that would be a reason to dig a hole. Why did you dig a hole? Well, because I was planting this tree. If somebody saw that, if it was at a site, but I don't think he would put it at. I'm thinking, I think if you're so smart, like, that would be the first thing. They're going to come check your job site. They did it to Photos Doulos. They're going to check where you're working. So you'd be really a fool to do something on your job site. So just like they did it in the hunting club, where they dug on Photos Doulos, they dug the grave site way off in the hunting club where someone might not think, it could be somewhere else. Did he have a hunting club? Did he have somewhere else that he could have been? He's a hunter. Did they ever check if they had a hunting club? I don't know, but that's where Photos Doulos had a grave dug for Ma Winnie's wife, but thankfully she wasn't killed.
Yeah. Were there any red herrings in the Doulos case? Were there anything found to suggest that he tried to steer law enforcement away from a certain thing? And could we possibly be dealing with that with Barry and the unspent 22 and the tranquilizer and this, that, and the other, the tree, perhaps?
Yeah,
Did you find anything to be a red herring in the Doulos case, or was it what it was, and they caught it for what it is, or is that what you see in the Morphew case, or do you find any red herrings, perhaps? Maybe Barry being as intelligent.
I don't know about red herrings in the Doulos case. And I think if you look at that case, there was also that worker that was involved with the using of his vehicle and stuff like that. But
yeah, that's a red herring to try to throw them off. Yes.
Perfect. But I don't think. I don't know. Just.
Do you see any of that, or any possibility that with that in the Morphew case, perhaps?
I don't, just
With
maybe the mountain lion that he's throwing in there, and the CBD Tim, and the alcohol and the drug use.
Yes. Not the airplane mode. That seems
Mm-hmm.
to have helped him.
Right.
Yeah.
They're saying there's something about a hunting shed or something.
What about the whole ordeal with the digging up the cement and foundation of that one property? Did
Right.
he lead people to think that maybe so that they
He
would
could
go there
have.
and
He could have tried to lead them there. Maybe if he knew, like, oh, great, we just did some cement work, and they're going to definitely think she's there, so I'll let them think that. And meanwhile,
Yeah.
it bought some time for something else. Who knows?
Mhm.
Interesting. So yeah, hi Valerie. Yeah, I don't know, you guys, but
I'm still anxious to know because I can't see the chat.
uh-huh.
If there's anyone here tonight that thinks that Suzanne purposefully did the Gone Girl thing,
Oh,
and
doesn't okay? I'll ask them. Does anybody think that Suzanne did the Gone Girl thing? If you do,
to frame him or not frame him, one or the other.
just put up yes, Gone Girl or something, so we know.
Because apparently people think that.
There's always going to be. I always find there's always going to be someone that's going to, play the devil's advocate, or some. There's always going to be someone that's going to.
Yeah, but they're idiots because you can't leave the country without a passport or ID. So she'd have
Right.
to have food.
Right.
There's airline lists they could find in a few minutes if she were on one of them. If she used a passport or an ID, perhaps.
They're all
That
saying
would
no
be
so
fun.
far. No, no, no.
Yeah. So I was so glad to rule that out.
No, no, yeah.
I don't know if those girls like that.
Yeah, I don't know. You'll always find channels
First
that'll do
of all,
stuff like that.
So we learned from Chris Watt's case, Shanann left her purse was still there.
Right.
From other cases, of course, but perfect example
Yep.
is Shanann would have never left her house without her purse. So
No.
Suzanne wouldn't have either, right, guys?
Right.
Yeah.
Yep.
Something happened to her.
Everybody says no on the Gone Girl, so that's good.
Seems to me like they're going to try to pull the whole. She abused her medication. She was drunk. She wandered off at night on her nightly walk, where typically she's totally sober and fine. And she got lost and disoriented, and she's out there, and maybe Gary's right. One of the animals got her. That's where I see this going. And or worst case scenario with the bike, perhaps being in an area where there's people who up and down the river, the creek,
Mm-hmm.
random campers. Anyone stranger could have picked her up or taken her, and then the whole bike found here, helmet found there. But still, there's the argument of she would have just left on a quick whim, not taken her supplies with her, her ID, so someone abducted her. I mean, there's a lot to Barry's defense here.
Mm-hmm.
At the same time, there's a lot to his behavior and things that went on the days before and the days after she went missing, and the day that she went missing, actually, and his changing of the clothes. How is this balancing up with everyone? Because it seems a bit heavy on the prosecution side for me. Changing of the clothes, a lot of dump sites.
Yeah.
Even though we don't have a video of it, it's all adding up. Okay, fine. They clarified the chlorine smell. It's 2 stories above the pool. Fine. No chlorine, yada, yada, yada. But at the same time, he's justifying, I turned towards the elk. I went to the spa shop. I didn't buy anything, so there's no chlorine. The dart guns are empty. There's no prescription in the house. Just tit for tat, if you will. But I'm feeling, even still, with such a strong case that Drew is making for Barry Morphew, that prosecution has a little bit more weight, because there's just some things you just can't explain, and it needs more digging into.
Right, yeah. We'll see. We'll see what's going on tomorrow. And if they, how that ends out. I always like to wait and see, like, everything, and then see, because they might be just even tying something together with what they have. Maybe just elaborating on it a little bit more. I think that's hopefully what people are hoping for. They're going to have something a little more. Let's see. But I put the number in Slack if anybody wants to call in.
I was just gonna say, today, since the last 2 days of the hearings, and then what we heard today, where does everyone kind of lie? Because it was a bit, it's hard to define. Insignificant, not significant enough, reasonable doubt. Today was, as far as prosecution is concerned, it was pretty empty-handed, don't you think? I don't know. I'm just feeling there's a lot more weight to benefit of the doubt for Barry. And like you said, Carolyn, it's going to take a lot more tomorrow.
Right.
Otherwise, who knows what to expect, but there's going to need to be a lot more. And
Right.
I'm a bit concerned. I'm feeling like there's a good chance it might not go to trial.
I know. I don't think you have to worry about that. I think it will. I mean, because they'll be able to tie in some of this stuff, but then you've got to worry about how convincing is it going to be to jurors that there's that 1, 2 are not going to say there's no too much reasonable doubt. I can't do it.
Yeah, and I hate to go into speculation, but I did see some video, something about, and tell me if you guys heard this, and tell me to shut up if it's just speculative, but somewhere there was someone giving testimony about the fact that near the firehouse station, Barry's truck was seen parked and emptied, and then nearby Barry was seen walking up a trail. Did you guys see that video?
No.
No?
Didn't
Okay, I'm gonna give it to you, but it was really compelling because the folks from the area there close by they didn't think much of it at the moment, other than it was late, it was odd, he wasn't in his truck and he was walking up, and the excuse he gave, it made sense at the moment. But then after the fact that person's wife was missing, they brought this information forward, and apparently they're suggesting that he parked his car very, very close to the firehouse and then was seen walking up a trail, coming up from who knows where towards the firehouse, and then was questioned and was just excused. Which I thought I will confirm it before I give it to you guys.
Okay.
Take it for nothing right now.
All
It's
right.
absolutely nothing. I'll verify it and I'll give it to you guys.
Okay.
But I saw that and I thought, that's really interesting. That was in the early morning, the night before Suzanne went missing. Early morning hours. I'll find it. I'll give it to you.
Oh, we don't know that yet, Deidre. I'm hoping that they have the trash he dumped. Yeah. But again, yeah, I don't know. Maybe they'll bring up that trash he dumped tomorrow. Who knows? I don't know.
Maybe they'll bring out more information about this insurance papers, because that seems like a big deal. What?
Yeah. And
That's
also
the-
that casing, like why, yeah, I don't know why it would be there. But then again, he's not going to shoot her in the house. So that's going to leave a lot of blood, a lot of mess that they're not going to be able to get rid of. So, yeah.
What if it's premeditated and he lined the hot tub, or what if it's premeditated and he accounted for, he did a Dexter type thing, lured her into an area, or he made an area. It can go all kinds of ways. We can go to our deepest imagination, but Barry is very familiar with dealing with hunting and carcass.
Dressing animals, yeah. Field dressing.
He would be quite good at eliminating blood contamination and stuff. So
Yeah, and probably knew a lot of people also that might help with something like that.
I heard that so I first heard you suggest that maybe there could be potentially a person who assisted him.
Mm-hmm.
And I heard today from a source that is something being looked into, and I can't give my source, but
Yeah, I mean, I would think so because he worked in construction. You come across all types, and that's just like photos doulos. You know, he came across some way to get some assistance there. And yeah, there's a lot of people, and then there's also a lot of people that have a lot of drug habits in these times. And so, you know, sometimes can you make some easy money? Oh yeah, what do I have to do? Yeah, just do this. You know how things can go like that. I mean, it's just crazy. You can get
yes. So today I did learn that that ankle is being investigated for sure, and there is a specific individual who is being investigated to that angle. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. Makes sense.
Absolutely right. But it is, at least it's being looked into. Thank goodness.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I mean, yeah. Construction business, yeah, all kinds of people, and people desperate for money all over, so.
How about the DNA that is not Barry's, but Suzanne's and someone else's?
Right, like in the car and stuff?
In the dryer, I guess.
There, in the dryer, I mean, there can be a lot of different, even you said, it could be, what if it's an investigator, what if it's somebody that went in, you know, it was first, look at the Chris Watts case, the same kind of thing. It wasn't a homicide, it was a missing persons case, so yeah, they touched a lot of stuff, right? Without the proper gloves or equipment on. So yeah, they went through the purse with their bare hands. So yeah, this could be the same kind of thing.
Yes, and typically the way to kind of simply gauge it is to see who introduces it that way. So if it was the defense to say, oh, it was Suzanne's and an unidentified DNA, then you can kind of gauge that what's coming next is, the unidentified, because they need to identify it right away, which is, we've seen already.
But you know what? Look at that airline pilot. Did you follow?
Then the prosecution says, this person was on the list of the CSI. Yeah. So you're right.
Right, but did you follow that airline pilot case a few months ago? Maybe 2 months ago? Yeah, it was a triple homicide. And there was so much shadiness in there, and a lot of us said there is no way we could convict this guy because the reasonable doubt is too much. That he had like a shady ex-wife, his stepson was acting and lying and not cooperating with the police, and then there was this aunt on the wife's side that was killed, and they made this like video that was really staged and everything. There were these crazy dog tags that were found in the house and all this stuff, and it was just I said, this guy's never going to get convicted. I didn't feel the case was that strong. A lot of us did. Said I couldn't be on that jury. That would be too much reasonable doubt for me. And he got convicted. This was just a couple of months ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, I mean,
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah.
Oh my God, just on what, I don't know the case, but just on what you just told me, I would have said, take him to trial.
Oh, they took
But
him
that's
to trial.
what's
Wait, they took him.
we-
They took him to trial, Deb. But I'm saying we as we listened to the whole trial and then thinking about the verdict, said if we were on that jury, we could not convict him. Too much
Oh, yeah.
reasonable doubt.
Yeah,
There's too much reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's weird
Yeah,
because
yeah. So I was just gonna say, at the end of the day, when it comes down to it, we're all like very fair thinking people. We're balanced. We balance each other out. But then at the end of the trial, we're very into justice, and we believe in justice, and we go with it. But at the same time, it's interesting to see the dynamic of it all. And at the end of the day, it comes to fruition, and we see how it pans out. And
Yeah.
and I would say you have, by your experience, you have a lot of experience, and you have a lot of intuition onto how a lot of things go, and you quite often, more than ever, pick up on things, and you're absolutely right. And you just kind of wish that Ali would just do the same thing, like just, oh my God, just whatever. But no, you're absolutely right. And I just feel like we're teetering on something, and perhaps tomorrow is going to be.
Yeah. I mean, I have no doubt it's going to move to trial. I have no doubt about that. But I'm just worried more about there's a good case for a lot of reasonable doubt. But then again, I look at the pilot case, and so I don't know. Let's just see.
If you feel like it's going to go to trial, then I feel like it's going to go to trial. If you're concerned about trial and all of everything else, I'm not.
Right.
Because I think if it does go to trial, my thing is, I'm feeling like the big hurdle right now is taking it to trial. It seems like this is when they can just go balls to the walls and bring it all forward. I don't know why they're not, why things are being played strategically. I hope it's not. If this is all they have, I'm concerned. But if you say you think it's going to go to trial, it's going to go to trial. But at the same time, if you're concerned, if they're going to be able to prove benefit of the doubt, and you're thinking they might, I agree with you right now.
Yeah.
You're right. It could go to trial, but will it stand the test of time? I don't know. There's Drew.
Right.
She got the deal with the devil with Crystal Lee Kenny in the Kelsey Barrett case. And not only did she get that deal, but she was also able to get Crystal out earlier through her finagling. This amazing woman, not amazing in my heart for what she's done, but amazing for her talent and respect for her success in what she does. She's diabolical. She is very, very good at what she does. Diabolical in the sense that she's working for the devil, is all I have to say.
Yeah.
I believe you're right. It will go to trial, but it will be an uphill battle. But we have to consider there is Drew on the defense.
Yeah, I do too. Sandra Case is
one way or the other.
I think the prosecution is going to have much more evidence. I believe that too, Sandra Kay.
So difficult.
Yeah, so I think they're like with what's in the trash and stuff like that. And, but I have no doubt it's going to trial. No doubt.
And she's probably like, bring it on, right? That's a dream for her. And the DA is like, oh God, just please.
Right.
No one wants to go to trial against her.
Yeah.
Barry has that on his side, that's for sure. should he be guilty, not guilty, he's set.
Yeah. Yep. So that'll be interesting, but oh, that was a good discussion. I think everybody has. I think we'll watch it tomorrow and see what the heck is going on, and then discuss it again tomorrow night. But yeah, it's just it's crazy. And the Durst trial, that's just nutty. That's just nutty.
What trial is that?
The Robert Durst trial that's been going on for I feel like it's been going on for a year. But the way he's playing them, it's almost comical. And what they're worried about now is that he's been on the stand so long, and he is very good at what he does in manipulation. And that how is it working with the jury? Is the jury coming to kind of, this guy is weird. He's got a different personality. Are they coming to see him as a likable, strange uncle, who is just a little weird, but not really a bad guy, they're thinking. Yeah. So that's what is happening, because he's staying on the stand so long. And I don't know, they could work either way, or it could be that.
You know what I love about you so much is that you are on top of so many cases, detail by detail. In this specific case, for example, I'm not familiar with it,
Right.
But listen to your passion, listen to your detail. You're on it as fresh as yesterday, and your efforts in for justice is just as prime as it could be for anything else going on at the exact moment. You have cases that follow you from years and decades ago, and your commitment and passion to it is still there. And I love that about you.
Oh,
I don't know what you're talking about, Karen. I love you for that. And you know what?
Yeah.
I know you're right, and you're on it about him. And thank goodness for you, because if it weren't for you, things would be forgotten. Time is the healer of all pain and evil, and you're not letting that happen. No one's going to feel pain and deal with evil, because you're going to see it to the end. And thank you for that.
Oh, here, thanks for those kind words. Thank you.
I mean it sincerely. I think we all do, don't we?
Thank you.
Goodness. I mean, on top of today's topics.
Oh, look at Allie Cattail says. She says, listen to this, Deb. Look up the 2012 Colorado Tom Fallis case if you really want to get spooked about the Iris, the other defense attorney.
Tom Fallis?
About Tom Fallis case, 2012. Let me look it up real quick and see what that is about. Let me see what that is.
I'm looking too.
2012 Colorado Tom Fallis case.
The Tom Fallis murder trial, his tragic journey through Colorado legal something.
Okay, it says one man's tragic journey through the Colorado legal system. Let's see. So it says Tom Fallis watched his wife die by suicide. More than 4 years later, he stood trial for a murder that never was. This is how it happened. Okay, so let's see what we have here. It's been a long, difficult 4 years. For several months after Ashley died, Tom had sent text messages to his wife's cell phone so he could feel like he was talking to her. Just days after her death, he began typing notes like, "It's been so hard without you. I wish you were here. We all miss you. I love you with all my heart." He tried, but he couldn't return to work as a corrections officer for the Weld County Sheriff's Office. Not only because he needed to take care of their 3 kids, but also because he wasn't emotionally capable. So he went back to college in Indiana a year and a half after Ashley died. He thought the move from their home in Evans, Colorado would be good for them and the kids. It had been, and then more than 2 years after he watched paramedics trying to save his wife's life from a self-inflicted gunshot wound, they reopened the investigation into the cause of her death. Although he had been 1,100 miles away in Bloomington, Tom could feel the finger was pointed in his direction. So then it says, let's see, he was 36. Let's see, and he was going to have to worry about a 48-year prison sentence. After having been forced to remain in Colorado for more than a year while awaiting trial, he knew the daydreams of loading those boxes into his black Dodge Caravan and driving east were premature. Okay, let's see what else happened. As trial wore on, let's see, his defense attorneys, Iris, is it Iton? And Drew Nielsen. Wait, he had them both. Became increasingly certain their client would be heading home to the Hoosier State. To them, it was clear the jury, which by the end of the 2.5-week proceeding had listened to testimony from more than 40 witnesses, was wise to the district attorney's anemic case. At times, all 12 members of the panel, Iris said, wore looks of absolute incredulity. I can't even speak tonight. I would say incredulity. Oh, incredulity. I can't speak tonight. I say it, that they thought it was incredulous. I say incredulous, but this is, I can't even speak that. Okay, so we're going to say they had incredulous looks on their face, okay? That didn't diminish the counselor's anxiety. When mid-morning on March 31st of 2016, the jury began deliberating. For Tom, his attorneys, and his family, and a long lunch at the Rio Grande Mexican restaurant helped pass the time during what could have been hours and hours, even days of deliberations. But the servers hadn't even cleared away the plates of the half-eaten tacos before they got a call that the verdict was in. He wasn't sure, but he thought he heard crying. The bathroom door was closed, so Tom knocked quietly. It was Ashley. Ashley was sitting on the toilet, her pajama bottoms around her ankles. Just a few days earlier, now who's this now? They're talking about a woman who's having a miscarriage. I guess they're bringing it back. They're doing the flashback into
when it happened.
Let me see. Tubal ligation. Let's see what happened. Okay, she had a miscarriage. The 28-year-old had taken a home pregnancy test, got a positive result, and now she was bleeding. So Tom sat next to his wife of 3 years. He rubbed her back. This was the third time in the past 9 months that Ashley believed she was pregnant, despite the fact she had taken her mother's advice and undergone a tubal ligation after giving birth to their son 3 years earlier. Why would she do that at 25 years old? Tom didn't understand what was going on medically. He begged his wife to see a doctor, and no avail. Okay, let's see. Ashley believed she was miscarrying. He knew she felt responsible, and he knew she had stopped taking mood stabilizers, clonazepam, quetiapine, amphetamines to treat anxiety, obsessive-compulsive disorder, and bipolar tendencies for fear of hurting the fetus. She was fragile. She was teary-eyed. Tom wished she had listened to her mom, that she wanted more children, hadn't listened to her mom because she wanted more children, and he told her he did too. Although it was New Year's Eve, let's see, they spent the next few hours Googling the details of a tubal ligation reversal. Ashley was up in their bedroom for most of the day, missing the comings and goings of families and friends, but Tom thought she had perked up enough for them to go ahead and have the gathering. So they had, let's see, a family affair, some work friends over. The dining room table was full of snacks. There was juice and Jell-O shots, a mini keg of beer, Let's see, there were kids there. The fellas, 6 and 9-year-old girls and a 3-year-old boy. Cousins ran up and down the stairs. Ashley socialized with guests and knocked back a few Jello shots. At one point in the night, an animated fantasy football discussion broke out in the kitchen, and it was loud enough that Ashley's mom said she asked Tom to cool it with the cursing since there were kids around. She said Tom snapped at her in response, and Tom says that whole exchange never took place. Either way, the long simmering tension between the two likely amplified for Tom by the image of Ashley crying earlier in the day about the tubal ligation her mother made her have, according to him. As midnight approached, Ashley turned on some music and told her husband she wanted to dance, and Tom shook his head, says he wasn't going to dance to some random song. Instead, he changed the tune and said, "I'll dance to this one." The first few notes of Blue October's 18th floor balcony filled the living room. The couple was dancing. The ball dropped. Happy New Year. Tom's parents left, and the couple's friends headed home. Only Ashley's mom, dad, aunt, and uncle, and cousin lingered. When Tom saw Ashley come out of the bedroom with her coat, she explained that she was going outside to smoke. "A cigarette?" Tom asked. "Well, I don't know," Ashley said. It was then that Tom realized his wife was planning to smoke marijuana with her family, and he didn't like it. So he was
And she was pregnant?
No, she wasn't. She had the miscarriage, right? So he was very angry at Ashley. He wasn't angry at Ashley, but he was frustrated. He told her she shouldn't be getting high, and he reserved the anger for the family, who time and again seemed to coax her into doing something that she might later regret. So Tom was employed at the Weld County Sheriff's Office. Ashley had only recently found work after about a year of unemployment at a northern Colorado rehabilitation hospital, and both could be drug tested at any time. It was more than that. Ashley already had a few drinks. She had stopped taking her medication, and she thought she just miscarried. Tom stomped through the house yelling at Ashley's adoptive father, Joel, her aunt, her uncle, who Tom knew was supplying the pot. Tom wasn't judicious with his words, which were something along the lines of, "F you, you don't understand, get the F out of my house." Ashley likely heard the shouting before Tom walked off and slammed the bedroom door. She was in the hallway and came out to find her family leaving in a hurry. She hugged everyone, mentioned maybe getting together for a Super Bowl party, and then, furious, went to find her husband. Tom was in the bedroom when Ashley threw open the door. Mortified, she asked why he would embarrass her in front of her family and ruin what had been a nice evening. Tom was not apologetic. "F your family," Tom said. "F your mom. We just spent hours going over all this tubal ligation reversal stuff because you let your mother control your life, because you listen to your mother. Why are you always listening to your mother?" Although Ashley was still agitated, Tom walked towards the closet to change into pajamas. She slammed the closet door in front of him, walked across the room, and said, "F you. I'll do whatever the F I want." Tom reopened the closet door and spat back at her. "Fine. Do whatever you want. Just don't do it because your family told you to do it." That's when Tom heard her chamber around. Tom looked out from the closet in time to see a puff of smoke. He didn't even register the sound of the gun firing. It took about 2 seconds for him to get to her. She had fallen between their bed and the bedside table and a standalone jewelry chest. Her gun, which she grabbed from her purse on the bed from the nightstand, was resting near her torso. He grabbed her head. She was still breathing. He lunged for the landline on the nightstand, and when the 911 dispatcher picked up, Tom begged for help. Then he dropped the phone to see if he could stem the bleeding. Then he said the call disconnected, but the operator remained on the line. She could hear Tom pleading with his wife, "Ashley, no. Ashley, no. Ashley, no. You're staying here. You're staying here. You're not leaving me. Come here. You're staying here. Look at me. Hey, hey, look at me. Baby, stay right here. We've got a son that needs us. We've got 2 girls that want us here. They want to see us. They want to see us tomorrow. Do you understand me?" As the Evans Police Department arrived on scene, an officer arrived between 4 and 7 minutes after Tom's call, And the Fallis' 9-year-old daughter opened the front door. Her voice was audible on 911 call. She said over and over, "My mom died." As other first responders arrived, they pulled Tom away. Covered in blood, Tom walked outside into the chaos of sirens and patrol cars. He texted his mom, told her that he needed her to come back to the house. Then he crouched on the ground with his head in his hands and wailed uncontrollably. And that was when he heard them. Ashley's family had followed the red and blue lights back to the Fallis house. Police were restricting access to the yard, but that didn't stop Ashley's dad and uncle from shouting from the street. I just remember them yelling at me. They were yelling at me, "You killed her. You effing shot her." The Weld County District Attorney Michael Rourke sent on May 30th, 2011 was clear. The email. He wanted the Evans Police Department, Chief of Police Rick Brandt, Sergeant Jason Phipps, and Commander Patrick Haig to know he'd spoken with the Attorney General's office about Ashley Fallis' parents, and he continued efforts to prove that their son-in-law had murdered their daughter, even though the case had been closed in March 2012 as a suicide. He also wanted his law enforcement colleagues to know he had delivered an explicit message to the Attorney General's office that, number one, that explained that from my perspective, the investigation was done properly by Evans, CBI, and the Northern Regional Crime Lab. I also explained that no one believed that there was even a probable cause for a crime, much less proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It had been 17 months since Ashley died when Rourke hit send on that email. It would not be the last time the Assistant District Attorney dealt with Jenna Fox and Joel Ragwinden. That's the stepfather. From the moment they saw police rushing to the house, the pair believed Tom had shot their daughter, who they said reportedly said she had a zeal for life and would never, ever leave her children behind. They also concluded within hours of Ashley's death that the Evans Police Department was not only unprofessional, but inept and potentially compliant in helping protect Tom because he worked for the corrections as a correction officer for the Weld County Sheriff's Office, even though the two law enforcement agencies are unrelated. So let's see. The parents sent no fewer than 7 emails to Sergeant Phipps in the days following Ashley's death, the first on January 4th. Much of the communication requested that the Evans Police Department does its job in arresting Tom. Okay, it was not the first stance in which the parents had questioned the competence of the Colorado Police Department. When Fox's brother died by suicide in Park County in 1999, they initially suspected it was his wife, and they pressed authorities to do a more thorough investigation until the fact that Michael Schmitzer had killed himself became too obvious to ignore. So let's see. In the days and weeks since their daughter's death, let's see. They spoke with local politicians. They sent emails, blah, 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 blah. They argued that investigators closed the case too quickly. Okay, so they went on and on and on. And it said most law enforcement experts would likely agree with at least some of Ashley's parents' assertions, particularly that every suspicious death be considered a homicide until determined otherwise, and that Tom should have been treated as a suspect and separated from other potential witnesses as soon as the police arrived on the scene. Okay, and let's see.
Carolyn, does that give you a red flag that kind of correlates to the Summer Wells case with the fact that Rose is she's been missing and all of the stuff that's coming forward as far as that's concerned? But as far as the Morphew case, this is interesting and a really good find to say that, outside of a family member reporting something, it's not documented. It's really the police only can go with what they have.
Mm-hmm.
But the depths that this case went to, it seems to fall along the lines of, because more came out of it. Before it was the family weren't cooperating, which perhaps maybe we can find with the Morphew family. But moving forward, it really does apply with the Summer Wells case where, a lot of this can apply. It's interesting to
Oh, well,
hear this.
listen to this. Listen to this, though. It says by April 2014, there was the next door neighbor, which was a 17-year-old, Nick Glover, finally legitimized the year-long probe in his meeting that he said that he had heard Tom confess to shooting Ashley. I think I have heard this case now that I'm talking about this, that he had confessed to shooting Ashley that New Year's Eve, and he crouched below an open window in his house that night, watching and listening as the drama unfolded. So the 17-year-old, now how do we know he wasn't coerced to say what he did, right? So he says he was crouching there. He heard this. I've heard about this case before. Yeah, and he said that he heard him saying, "Oh my, what did I do?" And I shot her. This is what the 17-year-old said.
Oh.
Okay? And so that was enough. And the young man also explained that he had informed Detective Michael Yates of the Evans Police Department about the confession when the officers interviewed him on January 1st of 2012. I definitely, yes, I think I've talked about, seen this story before. And it's all coming back to me. I remember him sitting on the lawn and the family yelling at him. Yes, and the kid now saying he was crouching beneath the window. Okay, and there was nothing in Yates's report to even show that the teenager said this. So on April 8th, there was a press conference and they reopened the investigation into Ashley's death more than 2 years after it was investigated by 5 law enforcement agencies and closed, citing new information regarding the case brought to the attention. Okay, and let's see here. So the call from his dad was short and pointed. "Call this Evans Police Department officer. He needs to talk to you." So Tom received the call during a history class at Indiana University where he was taking courses to finish his bachelor's degree. He sneaked out to call the officer back. The information he received was maddening and worrisome. They were going to reopen the case because new evidence had been uncovered. Tom asked what the new evidence was, and the officer explained he wasn't allowed to discuss it. At that moment, Tom knew 2 things for sure. 1, his former in-laws had finally exerted enough pressure on someone to make this happen, and 2, he needed a lawyer, a really good one. Iris Itan, a criminal defense attorney who worked for Denver's Riley Posner law firm at the time, took Tom's case. Her instructions to her client were simple: call me if anyone tries to contact you. But Itan didn't just believe in being reactive. She contacted the Fort Collins Police Department, which would be reinvestigating Ashley's death in the light of the Evans Police Department alleged missteps. Detective Jacqueline Shackley was the lead on the case, and Itan reached out to her, offering full cooperation. Itan was essentially silver-plating a smorgasbord of evidence the Fort Collins police would first needed to know existed and then gotten a search warrant to obtain. Tom's phone, Ashley's phone, downloads from Ashley's computers, emails, texts, handwritten notes, and Facebook screenshots. Now, not everyone was disseminating and potentially constructive information following the reopening of the case. Okay, it says local and national news outlets raced to broadcast the story, painting an ugly and sometimes factually inaccurate picture of Tom. In their haste, Ashley's parents spoke live with Megan Kelly of Fox News, the Kelly File, and told the host that their son-in-law was quick to anger, he had a quick temper, and that there was zero reason to believe their daughter was mentally unstable. Jane Velez Mitchell, a television journalist for HLN, aired a program that not only incorrectly identified Tom as a cop multiple times, but also a panel of experts, including an attorney for Fox, said, and the stepfather, to discuss topics including how a mother would have to hate her children to kill herself. 48 Hours episode was entitled Death After Midnight, that ran many months later, latched onto a flashlight that had been photographed at the scene of Ashley's death. The program generated an animated simulation of how Tom could have used that flashlight to beat his wife before shooting her. The 48-hour reporter, however, neglected to check the provenance of the flashlight, which had been left behind by the officer who had been trying to save Ashley's life. Of course, it says, let's see. Let's just get to this. After weeks and months, Tom said he stopped watching the news. One of the more promising developments for Tom and his legal team came in August, 4 months after the investigation had been reopened. Detective Michael Yates, the Evans police officer who had been accused of altering or withholding Nick Glover's statement about hearing Tom confess, was cleared of criminal wrongdoing by the Loveland Police Department, which had been brought in to do an independent investigation. When they closed the case against the officer Yates, ITAN said, we were like, that's it. I mean, the whole case hinged on Yates and Glover, so there was no communication from the assistant attorney, Michael Rourke, who had been so adamant about a lack of probable cause since May of 2013. And there was zero notification from the Fort Collins Police Department that Tom, who had no prior criminal history, was no longer being pursued as a suspect. And it was an exercise in futility in the end, Iris says. We realized they didn't take into account anything we had given them. All they did was try to find something that made Tom look like a bad guy. A couple of inches of snow blanketed Weld County. The storm had abated, but the temperature wasn't supposed to crest 9 degrees. The assistant district attorney, Michael Rourke, expressed his gratitude to Jenna Fox for braving the elements to be his second witness during what would be a 4-day grand jury proceeding beginning on November 12th of 2014. He needn't have thanked her. This was her opportunity to testify in hopes of bringing criminal charges against Tom Fallis for allegedly killing her daughter. It is relatively rare for a case to go to a grand jury in Colorado. In many other states, every potential felony charge must be reviewed by a grand jury. However, in the Centennial State, the decision to bring a case in front of a panel of grand jurors to determine if there's probable cause a crime was committed is up to the district attorney's office and or the attorney general's office. The grand jury is just one of several options that allows a prosecutor to deliver a case to trial. A more frequently employed method to determine probable cause is a preliminary hearing. In a preliminary hearing, a suspect has already been arrested, criminal charges have been filed. The hearing held in front of the judge in open court determines whether a person should be tried based on whether there is a strong enough case that he committed the crime. Grand juries, on the other hand, operate behind closed doors. Their system is purposeful, shrouded in secrecy, and therefore many Americans have little idea why it's used and how it works. Even with grand juries coming under heightened scrutiny in recent years, often for not indicting police officers for shooting unarmed young black men in places such as Cleveland and Ferguson, Missouri, the process remains shadowy. While mechanisms vary by state, the fundamentals of the system are essentially the same. The beginning of each year in Colorado, every state judicial district that's large enough to warrant having a grand jury selects 12 citizens and 4 alternates from the community to serve 12 to 18-month terms as grand jurors. The chief judge, with assistance from the district attorney's office, impanels these men and women who are expected to show up to hear testimony as needed. In general, the chief judge and district attorney are looking to select a diverse set of jurors. They're particularly interested in seeking out community members who have the ability to be fair and open-minded. In this way, grand jurors are different from trial juries, where through a process known as voir dire, prosecutors.
Never say that word.
Yeah, it drives me crazy. Prosecutors and defense attorneys attempt to reject prospective jurors who may be antagonistic to their causes. A small district attorney wants a range of people on the grand jury. Okay, so yeah, let's go. We don't need more of that. Let's see. Most prosecutors.
So what does it say about the Morphew case and the no grand jury and this going through preliminary hearings?
Right. So this went through. That's different, but the same attorneys are there for the defense. Let's see what happens. One major criticism of the grand jury system is that it was widely dismissed by prosecutors. It does not conform to the dearly held American principle that the judicial system be adversarial, meaning that in a court of law there should be the opposing forces of a prosecuting attorney and a defense attorney, as well as a judge who ensures everyone adheres to the rule of law. In a preliminary hearing, all parties are accounted for because charges have already been filed. However, during grand jury proceedings, there is no judge and there is no defense counsel. The target...
So Barry has that for himself. He's good to go with this preliminary hearing so that both sides can present their sides and be fair. And it's the most fair compared to a grand jury. Is that what you're saying? Or what?
Well, I don't even know if that's in his, that he gets to choose the, I don't know what the criteria is for that. The target or suspect of the grand jury investigation is not present. The district attorney and his staff presides. The grand jurors are the captive audience, and he can present the case however he sees fit. If he doesn't want to secure an indictment against, say, a law enforcement officer, he can choose to present a weak case. Oh, see, they're making it sound very shady, okay? The process can be so influenced by the government, said Dave Kaplan, a longtime Denver defense attorney, that the grand jury, whether it's explicit or by virtue of process, ends up being an agent of the prosecution. There is no question the government indicts virtually any time it wants to. So based on the anecdotal evidence...
But at this process, does this mean, does this explain that Barry is getting the best of both worlds? He's not having to deal with the grand jury and all the technicalities of it. He's getting a full, fair process from the defense side to the prosecution side, with all rights leaning towards him, as opposed to a grand jury where these intricacies evolve, and there's the hoops and the loops that you have to go through where it comes to a grand jury. So Barry's pretty set with this platform. Is that what you mean?
I think so. I mean, it says the frequency with which Colorado's 22 judicial districts use grand juries, or how often they return indictments, is unavailable because many districts cite secrecy rules and they refuse to release their numbers. Their reasoning may be sound. In smaller districts where only a few cases go before a grand jury all year, it's possible the public or the media could surmise the identity of a target who went unindicted. Still, the lack of transparency about how often and how effectively grand juries are used only intensifies suspicions that prosecutors could be taking cases to grand juries that do not have a reasonable chance of conviction once presented to a trial jury, and more disturbingly, abusing their mostly unsupervised powers of persuasion. Okay? There had been a lot to like about the pretty young brunette with almond eyes Tom met on Match.com. On their first date on February 2007, they had talked and laughed. Okay, we're not going to go through their first date. Let's go.
Good case analysis shows us that.
I'm just trying to read about these attorneys, what it says about them.
Yeah.
Because they're the same attorneys that are on Tom and Ashley.
Yeah, Drew. I mean, it's just another example of how.
Oh, wait, listen to this. It says, wearing a well-tailored suit with a touch of gray at his temples, Assistant District Attorney Michael Rourke asked questions of Jenna Fox for the better part of the morning on that frigid day in November of 2014. Grand jurors listened as the distraught mother talked about what a fabulous mom her daughter had been, how much Ashley had loved life, how she was easy to be around, unique and a lot of fun, and very sure of herself. The jurors also heard how Ashley's husband, Tom, was controlling, and that he was abrupt and explosive and opinionated. And the mother explained that every family function Tom was part of turned into an argument, a fight, an explosion. She told jurors she knew there had been physical altercations and mental abuse between Tom and Ashley, and that Ashley thought Tom was having an affair. She also said she believed her daughter needed to be on mood-stabilizing medications because of Tom. It was damning testimony. It was problematic. Prosecutors are supposed to adhere to the American Bar Association Rule 3.8, which covers ethical obligations and agrees that prosecutors have the responsibility of a minister of justice and not simply that of an advocate. Rule 3.8 also states that the prosecutor in a criminal case shall refrain from prosecuting a charge that the prosecutor knows is not supported by probable cause. There isn't anything specific in the rule about an attorney's ethical obligations in attempting to obtain a grand jury indictment. The manner in which prosecutors abide by these ethics rules varies from one district attorney's office to another, but it's generally agreed upon, although not required by law, that a prosecutor shouldn't allow a witness to assassinate a suspect's character on the stand, that a prosecutor shouldn't allow testimony of prior similar acts unless the acts are so similar it couldn't be accidental, and that prosecutor should choose to only present evidence that would be admissible at trial. Of course, there's nobody there in the courtroom to tell a DA he or she can't ask those questions that make that defendant look bad. Okay, it might increase the likelihood of a true bill, which is a recommendation by the jury for the state to indict, but probably not a conviction. That's because leading up to or during the actual trial, prosecutors are bound by the rules of evidence. They must, for example, disclose materially exculpatory evidence that tends to exonerate the defendant in the government's possession to the defense. They cannot, with exceptions, allow a witness to introduce hearsay into testimony. They must lay a foundation before presenting certain evidence or witnesses. They cannot lead the witness. The list goes on, but in the grand jury proceeding, there are almost no rules. Okay, proponents of the grand jury system argue that the grand jury is not a mini trial. The prosecutor, they say, need only present evidence he or she believes illustrates probable cause and nothing else. But based on the grand jury transcripts, which are typically released to the defense upon request, Iris Itan and Drew Nielsen believe that Fox's testimony, as well as inflammatory statements from additional grand jury witnesses, may have unduly influenced jurors. After noting how many times someone said something that was improper, Iris said, "We were like, how could a human being be thinking anything other than what these jurors thought? That he's a monster, that he's being explosive or controlling isn't probable cause." But according to Iris, it can sure sound like it to regular citizens. After dissecting the grand jury transcripts further, Tom's legal team noted other potential breaches of ethical obligations, which makes one wonder what the grand jurors would have thought had they been given all the evidence. What if Detective Jacqueline Shackley, who had told jurors she'd spoken to a credible witness who contradicted that 17-year-old Nick Glover's testimony that he heard Tom confess? And what if the prosecutor had asked a question that elicited the information that Evans detective Michael Yates had been cleared of criminal wrongdoing in his reporting of Glover's statement? What if they had been told that Tom had negligible gunshot residue on his hands while Ashley had a significant amount? What if they had been informed that the assistant district attorney that some of the coroner's testimony was incorrect or misleading based on forensics the prosecution had in its possession, that Tom's skin was actually not found underneath Ashley's fingernails, and that scratches found on Tom's chest were not indicative of a struggle, and that certain evidence collection may have been beneficial to the defense had not, in fact, been executed. They were told none of these things. Tom's defense attorneys ultimately filed a motion alleging prosecutorial misconduct, which was denied by a trial judge who stated there were no examples of any inappropriate conduct by the district attorney. Had the jurors been told any or all of these things, they may have come to the same conclusion they did anyway, that while they were arguing in the bedroom, Tom obtained a Taurus 9mm pistol, and during a struggle, he held the gun to the right side of Ashley's head, and he pulled the trigger before lowering her to the ground, holding her head and calling 911. And then again, they may have come to a very different conclusion, especially if evidence that misled the jury into believing a physical altercation had taken place had been corrected. Based on current law, however, Assistant District Attorney Michael Rourke didn't have to amend that testimony. He was not obligated to elaborate or elicit testimony that may have shown a favorable light on Tom. He was not compelled to examine any witnesses in front of the grand jury who might have presented exculpatory information. He did not have to put a halt to any testimony that assailed the suspect's character, not to have the grand jury process designed to be a little more critical of the evidence, as it is to reduce it to something that's not effective as a legitimate review, and the repercussions are sometimes catastrophic. They certainly were for Tom Fallis. Okay, one day after a Weld County grand jury determined there was probable cause to believe Tom killed his wife in a fit of rage, Indiana authorities arrested him, and a few minutes later, he arrived home. After a few minutes, he arrived home from the grocery store. He had no warning or time to make arrangements for his children. Yet there were at least 3 people who did know ahead of time that something that was supposed to be secret. Okay, so let's see. Tom spent 3 weeks in Indiana's Monroe County Jail. And then let's get to with hindsight, Tom could draw a crooked line between the moments and events in their lives that might have contributed to Ashley's suicide. He just hadn't recognized it in real time. Their move from Denver to Greeley, of course. There was also this specter of the ex-husband trying to regain custody of their daughter. Tom and Ashley's conflicting work schedules and the fighting they caused took an emotional toll, so steep that Ashley actually had divorce papers drawn up in 2009. Tom convinced her not to file them. Later that year, there was another speed bump. Doctors diagnosed their 18-month-old son with hydrocephalus, a buildup of cerebral spinal fluid in the brain that can cause developmental delays. He would need multiple surgeries to treat the disorder. Ashley threw herself into learning everything about the son's illness, but constant worry exhausted her, and she sought mental health services in Greeley in 2010. Her son's ailments were not the only issue overwhelming Ashley's thoughts. She was dealing with a challenging work environment, and in 2010 she was dismissed for insubordination. She sued for wrongful termination. They reached a settlement. And then she had a deteriorating relationship with her mother. This is crazy. I just want to get to what she's telling me about these attorneys here. Okay, let me just see if we can get to.
Yeah, I mean, he's got quite the attorney sharks on his side.
Okay, so it said, here we go. During her cross-examination, Iris Iton asked on several occasions if the information that Shackley had provided to Wilkerson encouraged him to change his opinion on the manner of death. He answered yes multiple times. The coroner's testimony was compelling for a few other reasons. First, he confirmed Ashley had trace amounts of benzodiazepines in her urine, consistent with someone who hadn't taken the drug for a few days. He also tested Ashley's blood alcohol content, which was 0.088. 2 other autopsy results stood out. The first was Ashley's tubal ligation had failed on one side, giving her the ability to become pregnant. The second was that Wilkerson found Ashley did not have enough pregnancy hormones in her urine to suggest she had been pregnant, at least not for about a week before her death, leaving the jury to ponder if and when a miscarriage had occurred, or if Ashley's emotional struggles may have contributed to her belief that she was miscarrying. Even Ashley's parents, who could have triggered sympathy among jurors, heart-rendering testimony didn't help the prosecution's case. According to jurors, both came off as best parents who didn't even know their daughter as well as they thought they did, or at worst, those who wanted someone to blame. During cross-examinations, Nielsen pounced on the lawsuits that these parents had brought against several law enforcement officers and agencies, a common tactic used by defense attorneys to bring into question the motivations of witnesses. In this case, it was effective. Nielsen repeatedly asked both if they wanted to punish the Evans Police Department, if they wanted to punish individual officers. The notion that Ashley's parents had sued for punitive damages lingered in jurors' minds. None of the state's miscues made the trial easier for Tom. He had to watch his friends and coworkers and family and neighbors answer questions about him and his kids and his wife, and the worst day of his life. It was, however, vindicating in some ways. The witnesses weren't just being coddled. by the prosecution anymore. Tom says, referring to the grand jury proceedings, this time someone was going to ask them questions. And once the questions started getting asked, we knew everything those people had said was going to start falling apart. So the prosecution's unconvincing case was readily apparent in the jury room. And let's see, it took about 3 hours. The jury came back to a unanimous decision after a year and a half that Tom was acquitted on all accounts.
Wow. Yeah.
So if you guys want to read about this, I can.
That's with what the prosecution is up against.
This is an incredible thing, but I can put a link later.
Incredible.
This is and you can just Google it. I mean that's a case. Look, those are the same attorneys that Barry has.
Mm-hmm. The Stogie dog. I don't know what to say. Barry is.
Yeah,
He can get away with this. If he did this, he can get away with it. If he didn't, he's got the right team for him to get him out of it.
Oh, you sent me more info in an email, Alley Cattails? Alley Cattails is really good. Except we have to get that Morphew group together, Allie. Okay, let's see. Article about the trial and what could likely be the strategy. Hold on a second, what's she saying? It was an informational overload with an emotional cost for the jury foreperson. So she's saying that this might be what they're planning. That I guess they're going to give him, what are you saying, Ellie? An overload of information and just too much? To get their verdict, jury members talked over their questions, read and reread their instructions. Either way, we were breaking someone's heart. We had to look at the evidence to tell us what was the right thing to do. Thinking back, one of the jurors said the jury's decision rested heavily on balancing reasonable doubt against the conflicting interpretations of the crime scene experts. And let's see here. Everything else in the trial, including testimony from family, friends, and of the Falsies, first responders to the scene. Ashley suffered from the gunshot wound, witnesses, blah, 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 blah. When you look at it being a battle of experts, you have to follow your common sense. And when you're looking at the big picture of the expert panel and the amount of time put into it, Dan Gillum was able to produce support for his evidence, support for his thinking, and offer up a general conclusion that it could have been these things, but it could not have been this. See? Mr. Priest presented a compelling story that made you think about it, but does not support that with concrete evidence that could be examined. They voted anonymously and unanimously, and they found Tom not guilty on all charges. Some jurors had questions about aspects of the scene, where exactly Tom Fallis was in the room and how soon he started moving towards his wife, but the bottom line was nobody felt he was responsible. When the trial was over and the verdict was in, let's see, she felt secure, the one juror that she gave that she'd done her best as a juror and the jury had fulfilled his responsibility. So I guess she's saying what? And then there's a Dateline episode too if you want to watch that. Found guilty shooting story. That I know that I've talked about that, and I've probably seen the Dateline because now it's all that scene with the window and him kneeling on the lawn and the fan. That's all coming back to me now. But I'd like to look at it again and really see where these attorneys might be going with this. Let's see.
I'm just curious how, as to this is different with no grand jury. And what does everybody think about that?
Well, with the grand jury, it's just such a secretive thing, and it seems like the prosecution can manipulate it to go whichever way, but it's not a trial, it's just getting the indictment or not getting the indictment.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that's probably why it's not used a lot.
Yeah, but Barry has more on his side.
Oh, yeah, it's definitely better for him because, he can be there, he can just team is there and they can't do the things that they can do in these other things. Yeah. It makes you a little nervous. It makes Alley Cattails a little nervous to know.
Makes me nervous. I feel like we need to brace ourselves because this might not go to trial.
I think it'll go to trial. I don't think Allie's nervous about Allie. Allie, are you nervous that it's not going to go to trial, or are you nervous about the trial itself? I think she's nervous about the trial itself.
I'm worried right now, today, at this moment, that it won't go to trial. If it goes to trial, I'm a bit worried because everything seems to be borderline, fine line, thin ice, but you never know.
I have no doubt it's not going to go to trial. I mean, it's going to go to trial.
You think?
I would get that out of your mind. It's going to go to. It's definitely going to go to trial. I'm going to say that where it's going to come into play is going to be the trial.
After everything you just read, being there's a grand jury. After everything you've read, everything you know, there's no grand jury in this case, and what we know so far, you're convinced that it will go to trial?
Yeah, so is Alley Cattails that it's going to go to trial, but she says the trial, she's worried about the trial and these attorneys' strategy and their bulldog tactics. That's what she's worried about.
Ooh. They're the worst. The deal with the devil. Remember KK and the Kelsey Barrett case with Patrick Frazee.
Right.
These are the people that represented Crystal Lee Kenny.
Right.
The so-called quote-unquote deal with the devil. They up front quickly, very, very quickly before it got into grand jury, into potential grand jury, into further investigation, trial, preliminary hearings, they said, hey, she's going to admit to this, and this is the deal that we're going to make. And they got that deal. And the DA's office, they accepted it, and there was nowhere else to go. It was, she could sit up on that stand and pull her act and say all the contradicting things that she said, but it had no effect on the case as far as against her whatsoever.
Right. I know. And then Allie says they have a track record of getting men off in high profile cases.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yep. So yeah. I think it definitely will go to trial. I don't think, I don't think they would ever tell him to take a plea because I think they're very confident in what they do. And
but what is it, Carolyn, to you in your mind, set and experience that tells you it's this part of what we've learned so far that you are confident to say, yeah, I know this is going to go to trial because of this and this.
I think it's because of the trash dumps, the truck moving around in the vicinity of where the bicycle was. All of that stuff is going to be enough to get it to trial.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Good.
It'll go to trial. Believe me. Don't worry. Don't lose sleep over that. It's going to go to trial. Yeah. Don't lose sleep over that.
The changing of the clothes was odd. Just, is that enough? All those little bitty ticks in the box enough to take this to trial? You see us.
Yeah, 100%. That's enough to bring it to trial. It's going to go to trial. That's not what I would be worried about. I would just be worried about where the defense is going to go.
Yeah.
And that he has like a dream team. He basically has a dream team for himself.
Yeah.
He probably has the best attorneys he could ever get for this.
Yeah, we've already seen where they can take this, the avenues and the strategy that they do. I hope you're right. I know you're right. You're always right.
It's going to go to trial. That's not going to be. It'll go to trial. That's.
Okay.
Yeah. Alley Cattails agrees too. Yeah. A lot of people do. Everybody tell Deb not to worry. It's going to trial. That's.
Yeah. Please.
Would everybody please just tell her right now that She shouldn't lose sleep and that it's going to trial.
Thank you.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
But what if it doesn't? What are we going to do?
Oh yeah, Deidre said going in on a Sunday, the broken door, the scratches. It's going, yeah, you know.
Do you guys agree that when it does go to trial, a lot of this is going to weigh on the technology, not DNA, but technology forensics, definitely forensics, as far as catching him in his lies. No cell phone pinging.
Valerie said dumping stuff all over in the middle of the night. Also, he will be broke and empty either way. Don't worry, Sunny Deb.
Okay.
It's going to trial. I am sure Barry is paying them with insurance. It's going to go to trial. They're saying so. Yeah, they're all saying yes. It will go to trial. Yep, the dart in the dryer. It took so long to charge him because the police needed to be pretty sure they had enough evidence. Okay, yep, Valerie, yep, the dart, yep, it's going to trial. Yeah, they're all telling you not to worry.
Okay.
Yeah, they're all telling you not to worry. They're all telling you it's all good. If it doesn't go to trial, I'll buy you one of those rare squishy things, but it's going to go to trial. That's how secure I am. I don't even know where I would get those, so that's how secure I am in telling you that.
No. I think my daughter will want the squishy thing, but I'm gonna milk you for something even more. I'm gonna think about it. I think I'm gonna want one of your DIY projects. So.
Okay, well whatever you want, yeah. But I don't think it's gonna. I'm secure that that's not gonna happen. It's not gonna go to trial.
I'm gonna be milking it,
Okay.
and then pooping our pants because well.
Oh, but yeah, it's not. It'll go to trial. Yeah, everybody's saying don't worry about it. No worries, it's going to trial. Trial will be a real workout for the state, but it will be. And Amy Celeste is confident they're going to get the conviction too.
Yeah, because I mean, like what I was saying, what were you doing when your cell phone was pinging here in the middle of the woods? And he says, oh, I was trying to hunt down a dead shot turkey. And then later he's getting rid of his camo gear and his boots. I feel like he was hunting her down. He shot her, whether it was with the tranquilizer or 22, what have you. I think they were right with it. Cell phone pinging is amazing analysis. It is spot on. And if they picked up that he was on the property, they got it. We'll have to hear about it later and, how it all works.
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that he's getting rid of camo boots and this, that, and the other is just, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what Allie Cattell says. There's far too many coincidences, and there's also another full day of preliminary hearing. So she said, do not worry. Don't lose any sleep over it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just hated that they said they already gave the meat and potatoes, and I'm all. Oh.
Maybe they're just fooling. Maybe it's the tactic. Who knows?
Hope so.
Maybe. And.
But I think it's safe to say that she's not off in another country pulling.
No. Unfortunately,
and,
no. I don't think she's still living. No. Mm-mm. Yeah.
So, can I ask you guys this? Are you familiar with AK? Who is AK? What do you think about AK? Are you familiar with him and the work that he's done? When we participated in the search for Suzanne, he was there, very familiar with him. Have been suggested to turn over that mound, that weird mushroom mound that we found during the search that was put aside. Said, take it to AK. What do you guys think about that, if I may ask?
I have no idea who AK is. Do you guys know what she's talking about?
He literally has maybe 50 followers on his
YouTube channel, Carolyn.
Yeah.
He has been there since day one in this case. He was there during the searches. He's gone above and beyond to scout out and follow and, investigate the 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 terrain, the area, the possibilities of the
You know
surrounding.
this AK?
I have heard of him. I have been referred to him. I'm learning recently about his extensive work, and I am familiar with seeing him when we were at the search. Him being quite popular, though that's AK, but still so very unpopular in social media because he's not a social media kind of person. He's a down to earth, boots on the ground, grassroots advocate to help find a missing person, help find Suzanne, and advocate for justice for Suzanne. Nothing ever to do with YouTube being known, popularized, however the word is, not being anyone that is trying to gain any attention. However, he is quite significant within his efforts to search for Suzanne, and he knows and has associated himself with people who have given testimony regarding the case. He's quite prolific, but very underground, does not want to be known on any social level. So what you do know or learn about him or from him is very low key. It's local, like I said, grassroots, and he's a super guy. His ambition is to help find Suzanne, and he's worked very hard, and he's very smart, very intelligent.
Is he a very young guy, or?
Yeah, he's a younger guy than us, but not much. I mean, yeah, he'd probably be our son, but known, very local, central, not out there in the social media world. Very localized. How do I describe? But we've been told to refer certain information that we've had from our experience during our search for Suzanne to take it to him because he's local and he's serious and he's thorough and he's methodical, he's knowledgeable, he's experienced, he's dedicated, he's an advocate. He's not one side or the other. It's all about finding Suzanne. And so I guess my question is, unfortunately, you don't know much about him.
No, I don't know. I don't know anything about him.
Should we go ahead, like other people have suggested, and take this information to him? But you don't know him enough.
I don't know him at all. How is her family with him? How's her family with him? Does her family work with him?
I can't say that I know how her family is with them. I can say that he has turned over significant evidence to law enforcement already so far. Just by his.
So who's he essentially working with, though, Deb? Is he working with law enforcement? Is he working? He's not essentially working with the family. Who's he?
He's a local individual working to do a good thing, an advocacy. He has, I believe, a military background. So if you want to do some kind of comparison to understand who he is in some way or other, think about, remember, is it Trevor?
Oh, I remember that, but wasn't there controversy around him?
Dusty's brother.
Is that his brother?
No, Dusty's brother. What's the guy who got the video of?
But he was a young kid, wasn't
the road, Travis.
Yeah, he was a young kid, but wasn't there a controversy around him?
Hold on, but what's the guy's name? Just so I
I
have
don't.
it right.
Trevor's. I don't really know.
Not Trevor. It's
This is the guy that was walking with Barry. Is that what you're talking about?
yeah,
Doing
the one
video
you were like
walking?
hugging and videotaping at the same time. What's his
Yeah,
name?
yeah. Tyson. Somebody there. Tyson.
Tyson. Yes. So he's a bit like Tyson, and the difference between Tyson and him is that Tyson got some very, very good video coverage of him in an interview.
Right.
AK might have done the same in other scenarios and other situations surrounding the case.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very, very good detailed information to provide to law enforcement towards the case, but does not insert himself in the way that Tyson has. He doesn't have, until recently, a YouTube channel which consists of, like I said, less than 100 people. He's not, he's working locally
Right,
to
but
assist
like for
because he
who? So
cares.
because he
He doesn't have
cares,
a YouTube channel.
right? But see, if I
But
would think then you would see
he's
that
got a
he
lot of information.
right, but I
He's
would think that he was working with her brother, who's over like was over there searching, right?
Yeah, I think maybe he was. I don't know. I believe he would
Okay.
be working with Andy.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, I would look at that. If her
Yeah, no,
family
no,
didn't have wasn't favorable towards him, that would be a huge red flag for me.
no, Carolyn. Yeah, I think that maybe they weren't
Oh,
favorable.
they weren't
AK,
favorable. You don't think?
I'm not sure. I kind of think and want to believe and remember that AK was doing his research. Andy was doing his search. AK was there. He was pulling information, turning it into law enforcement. Andy was doing the same, but not necessarily were they both on the same page. But there wasn't any kind of discord, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I mean that would be the
But
first thing
completely different than Tyson.
Yeah, but I mean that would be the first thing that I would look at because if her family wasn't comfortable or didn't like this guy, that would be I would kind of defer to her family. I would that just
I'm
be
not
myself.
saying, yeah, I'm not saying that that is the situation with AK at all. I
Right.
don't know. I don't believe that Suzanne's family has a problem with AK. But don't quote me on it. I have not seen anything that says that.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm trying to say and express is that it ends up that AK, this guy, while we were searching, all of us searching those many days with Andy for Suzanne, AK was there. I think he was doing perhaps a blog, but it was everything he found, everything he learned, he turned over. He was being a true advocate. It wasn't him doing what he does,
Mm-hmm.
take on to put on social media, to be seen or learned about. He
I,
was simply just there working and turning everything over to law enforcement, if that makes sense. And it's just recently, through his documentation, that now he's releasing some of it. But
okay.
it's
The only thing I'm leery of, it does make sense, okay, and he may be a great guy, but the number one thing I would check out is, again, how her family feels because I've seen it myself, some people that say they're advocates and are supposedly helping a family, not really helping a family.
he
Okay,
didn't come to help any family or anyone.
okay.
He's there to search for Suzanne, and he turns everything he finds over to law enforcement. And that's it at the end of the day.
Yeah, but
And
really, I mean, is it just
recently-
because, okay, is it really just because, see, that's what I'm saying. It's just because he's just this great guy that just wants to do this. Like, does he live out there? I mean, what was the passion behind this for this obviously young man to have this extreme passion to do this? What was behind that? Do you know?
And from what I know, he's local. His ambition, there was no ambition. His intention
was to just do all that he can with the skills that he has, which is extensive skills through military training, life survival skills, so on and so forth, being very, very aware of preservation of a crime scene, being careful of reporting any kind of clues, what have you, on his own, all on his own, all for helping to find Suzanne, completely behind the scenes. It just so happens that he became notorious within the Suzanne Morphew team search through Andy's army search, that he became well known because we all saw him doing what he was doing. He was collecting a lot of information. He was doing a lot of research. He was doing a lot of documentation, but not anything that you could find him spouting out in social media. It was, he found this, and if you knew about it, it's because you know him, you know what he was doing, and very limited because you didn't know much about it because he took it straight to law enforcement and he didn't share it with the public.
Okay, so he took it straight to law enforcement. Do we know for sure? Wait, but Deb, here, I'm going to play the devil's advocate. Okay, do we know he took it to law enforcement? Do we know that he we know for sure?
Not even local law enforcement, FBI, CBI.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
He's just now. So if I may just introduce you to his page, I'll send you the link. You can share it with the group so that you guys can figure for yourself. But everything that he's beginning to share are bits and pieces of some of the things that he's collected. But back in the time when this was going on, he was simply only doing it as an advocate, a local advocate, to help find Suzanne. He earned his name through all of us while we were on Andy's Army's team as being someone who was really gung-ho and doing a really good job. He hasn't broadcasted anything, but recently he is sharing some of his information, some of the things that he shared with law enforcement, and or some of the things that he feels that the public needs to know. And where that's going as far as the case is concerned, I don't know. We will probably hear evidence from Tyson's video with Barry Morphew. We may hear some evidence from AK's evidence. I don't know. But the difference between Tyson and AK is that Tyson recorded everything to broadcast on a YouTube channel.
AK is now having a YouTube channel. So is it just that he was just waiting?
Just opened it. He just opened some of the things only through encouragement by people, and only what is through what he's been working with law enforcement he feels is appropriate to share. So it's piecemeal. I don't know, but this AK guy has been a person who's been working on the case for a long time and has been an individual that I have heard of and have been referred to submit some information to for a long time, not really knowing exactly who he is outside of the AK guy.
Yeah, I just, Deb, I know that because I know sometimes you're not up on all of that of the like drama of the tubes here, but I can just tell you that there are some people, and what's happening now is a lot of people are interfering in investigations. They're going to Facebook, they're finding family members, they're going to knock on their door, they're deciding certain people are suspects and they're stalking them. There's a couple of creators doing it right now. They come from the drama community and they are just being, probably harassment and stalking of people. And they're attending vigils. Okay, they're getting people like, oh, you live near there? Hurry up, get a vigil. Let's get it on this live. I'm going to do it. And it has nothing to do with the child. It has nothing to do with wanting to help. It has everything to do with money. And it has everything. They'll broadcast everything is breaking news that's not. They have someone watch these people's garbage. I mean, it's insane. So that's what I'm saying. You have to be really careful. And if you listen to these three ladies, okay, these three ladies think, oh, we are changing everything. We're actually calling the police stations and saying, don't you dare drop this case. We're on it. And they will have people think that they're doing something great. People that, just are not observant. And then they're taking people in from Facebook groups that they're lying to them at, and to get them to come over, and they're saying they're doing all this stuff. And meanwhile, they're posting casket pictures of the little baby that was killed that the family didn't want up there. And they're lying and saying the family wanted it up there until we showed that no, they didn't. And they still didn't take it down.
Horrible. And
Yes.
I feel you understand completely what you're saying. And I'm going to tell you, I'm going to vouch based on what I know and everything that we've been through here for Suzanne. This is not the case with AK. I have had people associated with the case who are friends with Suzanne and Barry Morphew, people who are in constant contact with FBI, who have suggested, turn this into AK, turn it into FBI. If you want to have it first filtered through AK, turn it, it's been...
If you have evidence, I would turn it to the FBI. I would never give it to AK. Like, whoever it is, it's some guy. If you have real credible evidence, give it to the FBI.
It's kind of been, a dual thing. It's like, AK's on it. He can look into it, send it to him. Rule it out, because our thing is rule it out. Let's just rule it out before it becomes an issue.
Yeah, but what if it was something really good and you're trusting AK and you don't, I would just give it to the FBI. I'm sorry, even if it's something that you even stop to think, is this important? Call the CBI, the FBI, and have them look at it. Because what if this guy AK? Who is he? You know what I'm saying? Would you don't want that on your conscience? That AK didn't follow up on that or whatever.
You're absolutely right. Because everything that we've talked about, it's been, straight to take it to law enforcement, turn it in, submit it. And this AK guy, sure, he can look into it too. But first and foremost, law enforcement. But my point is that AK has been represented to us, to me, as someone who has been an advocate. Could be a weirdo. Other people worry about. I hear you. I understand.
Yeah, we've had a lot of advocates lately that turned out to be weirdos. Okay, so I'm saying, really, I tell this to anyone. I tell this to my best friends, and I tell this to other families that are victims, that you have to be careful who you trust. You just do. Not everyone that says they're an advocate or they want to help you really wants to help you. A lot of them have totally ulterior motives. It's what's about in it for them. And it's...
We're advocates.
Yeah, I know you are. No, I know you are. But I'm saying not everybody is going to be the same. Not everybody is going to be the same. And people...
motive, and we've been the less
No, I'm not talking about you, Deb. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about people here.
I kind of want to vouch for him. Let's look into him and let's figure it out.
But be careful. Yeah, you can, but be careful who you vouch for. What I would say, I'll give you a word of advice. Don't vouch for anybody until you've vetted them so completely, because you'll get yourself in a lot of trouble. We have even people here in law enforcement that were shouting out the names of those three ladies as great channels, and they didn't even know what they do. And Vinnie Politan went on the channel of one of them, did not knowing what she was doing, and still probably doesn't. And that's a direct... He's on Court TV. Do you think Court TV knows that or supports people that do that? If you called into Court TV and you said, do you support people that stalk people on Facebook and then drive around to their house? They'd say, absolutely not. But they didn't even vet before they appeared. So you got to be careful. You have to
You're
be careful.
absolutely right. And you're absolutely right. And it's almost comical how people like Corp TV pick up people who are kind of like that. I mean, you just can't win for losing. We're all trying to do a good thing. You're not sitting there where you are online with every one of us tonight doing something to scam the system,
But
to
there are a
change
lot of scammers. Oh my
Corp
gosh,
TV.
Deb, I'll talk to you in private. I'll give you some things to look at, and you will see just how disgusting things can be.
I mean, I know Critical K. I've dealt with the Casey Anthony case. I know first and foremost, but you're right. It's very, very discouraging
Mm-hmm.
against people who care. You're here to give information and to advocate for your case, and people can turn it around and make you look like you're trolling. You're not. You're absolutely not. I say, as far as this AK guy goes, I have not had an opportunity to completely vet him. But so far, from what I understand, he's really working really hard for Suzanne's case and not trying to get any notoriety at all, which is very, very rare.
Yeah, it is. But see, that's what I'm saying. Is he independently wealthy that he doesn't? Because look, if he doesn't, I could say, what's in
Are
it?
you
Like,
independently wealthy?
no, but I
Am
work.
I?
I
Am
work.
I? Am I
No, but
independently wealthy to spend every day at trial for Kelsey
no,
Barrett? To
no.
spend a week, about a week, not a full week, but searching for Suzanne? No,
Right,
I'm not. Am I
right.
trying to persuade one thing or the other? No.
Yeah,
And we have a channel, we have a page,
right. But
advocate.
yes.
We do petitions and things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Good things. But this guy, he's doing what he's doing. He's been very methodical. He's been very careful so far. And I think because he's laid so low and now speaking up, he's not just speaking up, he spoke up to law enforcement. They all know him.
So
It's
did you ever
he's
call law enforcement? Did you ever talk to law enforcement about their like what they think about? I would. The first thing I would do, Deb, is just call them and say, "Hey, what do you think about turning over potential evidence to this guy AK, or should we just turn it over to you directly if we have something?" Just see what they
you have a
say.
point. You have a point. My thing is it's two-pronged. You're absolutely right. I'm wrong, and I'm half right. I'm half right in the fact that I feel like I think we can trust AK in the sense of the way that he's handled things so far. And he's being very, very good with sharing what is
But where is he
can
sharing
be
it though?
shared publicly. But when it comes to like what we've talked about and what we need to share, you're like, Deb, do you take it to AK or do you take it to law enforcement? Take it to
Yeah,
law enforcement.
of
But
course.
Carolyn, we have told people within the case who are in touch with FBI and CBI, yada, yada, yada. And they said they would take it to them. And we didn't hear anything back. I
Okay.
failed in saying, did you take it to them? We haven't heard anything. What have you done with this? I've done that to a point, but have I nagged to a point to get any answer from anyone? Hey, you said you would inform FBI. Hey, you said you would inform CBI about certain things pertaining to while we were on the search. No, we didn't hear anything back. Now, do I stop, write a stern letter, a very informative
No,
letter?
I would just give whatever you have to the CBI, to the FBI. I would just start there. Whatever you gave to AK, I would make sure I would myself give it to the FBI or the CBI.
Okay, that seems, I think you're absolutely right. The first step is to take it straight to law enforcement and not rely on people who are supposedly involved within the case
Right.
to say they said to us, yeah, we'll take it to them, and we don't hear anything back. Then
Yeah.
to
Let's
feel
just
like
say, I mean, I can give you just a scenario, okay? You may think he's the nicest guy in the world, and he may be. But what if he is thinking, like, what if he has a mental disorder? He thinks he's like this investigator, and you can't, and he's telling you, just give me the stuff, and it's totally, everything he's saying is fake or false, and he does have some spin on it. Let's just say that, okay? Then,
Carolyn, it's not even that angle. He doesn't even know we have this information that we've been told by the same people we said, will you take this to law enforcement? And they said, give it to AK too. Make sure you give it to AK. He's being really good. AK, under the radar, not in the limelight. And they are even say, take it to AK because AK is turning in good tips.
okay, but how do we know AK is not a part of some other channel that you don't know?
He's not.
How do
We
you
just
know?
Because he doesn't have any channel.
How do you know
He's
something?
not.
No, you're not understanding what I mean. Let's say there's a channel called just play this with me. ABC, okay? Not ABC the network, but I'm just using the initials, okay? And they do true crime. And they're coming with all these inside sources. How can you be sure AK is not their inside source? And how can you be sure that every time he gives them a tip, they throw him $500?
He
You
has
can't be sure.
literally less than 100 people. He just started his
No, not
YouTube
his channel. That's not what I'm saying. That he could be working with another podcast or another channel that's very large. And you don't know that. And so everybody give this to AK, and then AK gives it to someone that rewards him for these tips.
I don't know, Carolyn. I guess because I just have a soul and a heart and feeling that that's not what he's about.
Okay?
Just like I feel like with you, that's not what you're about.
Right, but you have to, unfortunately,
I
Deb,
agree.
a lot of people, listen, you have to say, they ask the question, why are they doing, like if you said to me, well, he lost his sister or his mother was lost, like if you could bring me some strong connection like that he would be day and night searching and then not having to work in his 30s. Does he have a wife? Does he have a kid? Like, what is it? And he's not doing it for his own channel, and he's not doing it for his own podcast or anything like that. Then I've got to say, well, what the heck? How is he able to do this unless he's independently wealthy and he's like Robert Durst and he's being supported by a trust fund? How the hell is he able to do this?
Carolyn, what do you think about me and us? Did you calculate all that? Do you wonder?
Deb, I work.
You know me. You know me enough. We've had.
Mm-hmm.
You know that I have been through tragic stuff, but I mean, you don't apply that, do you? You don't.
No, but you have. I mean, you and your husband are able to provide for your family. I'm working, so
Be safe. Don't be stupid. Don't be played a fool. We don't know this AK guy. You're right.
And I've seen a lot of people go down and saying somebody's this and somebody's that. And now I, say you have to vet them. You definitely do, because there's a lot that we don't know, about people.
Yeah. I mean, we trust people before we vet them, and then we realize what they do to us, and then you vet them, and then you realize, holy shit. But, holy crap, excuse me. My thing is that it was just very interesting, Carolyn, that people were saying, take this to AK. He's out there. He's actually boots on the ground. He's searching places. If you take it to him, he's going to go look. He'll roll it out. I failed to do that. And then, of course, in the same breath, in the same sentence, and the same paragraph, it was, get it to law enforcement.
100%. You got to get it to law enforcement.
But we as a team are thinking, we were there, boots on the ground at the search, and we said to the team leader, this is suspicious. Please, let's look into this. And the team leader is all, no, animals would have dug it up. It's nothing, bypass it. But so many things have been coming out where like the helmet's there.
I have another angle. What if he's looking for the reward?
Okay,
What if
I
that's
don't
his
know.
angle? He's looking for the reward. Okay?
Maybe.
So maybe
Yes.
he does this. Maybe he goes to case, and if there's a large reward, and then maybe he's interested in investigation or whatever it is, and he figures, okay, well, I'll spend some time looking around here, and if I can get that reward, great. So, it could be that, but you should never not give something to law enforcement because you give it
You're
to
right.
AK, you know?
You're right because as
Because you
advocates
don't know
and
who AK is. You really don't know who he is. Okay, you don't know really, and you would never want that you didn't give something credible to law enforcement because you gave it to AK.
You're absolutely right. Yeah. Straight to law enforcement. And if this guy's willing to go, if law enforcement isn't going to look into it, then this guy can go do it. And before you even go there, consider your source and make sure he's legit. You're
Yeah, and
right.
Allie Cattails gave you homework. She said completely vet AK and come and give a report back
I
about
was
AK.
hoping to kind of like get you guys on board with
Well, I'm
maybe
sure. I'm sure they'll take a look and
some.
see. But I mean, they're all saying the same thing. You could read the chat later. Is that you got to completely vet this person, and that it should never be a substitute for giving anything to law enforcement.
no, I don't think that it's that because he's proven to take everything to law enforcement. What
Yep.
I'm trying to say and what I was hoping was to say, not only have I been referred to this guy as legit, and he be the kind of person with the integrity to do the right thing and for the right reasons, that maybe you guys might look into him and we can all look into it and research his motives and let what he does prove to be who he truly is. But I am simply saying what I've learned so far and with all the referrals that I've received, not all, like a lot, very few, because this is a very, very tight knit case and community, is that um, he he has some value. So let's be open minded. Let's look into AK. Let's maybe investigate his very, very small channel, the videos that he shared so far, his willingness and to always be there during the search, and if shall any of us just were to say to him, hey, can you go rule this area out? Can you go do it? He would do it. The point and the question is that, yeah, I've been told that we should do that with him because he's there and he will, with good intentions and heart and soul to help find Suzanne. But what we probably should do first is report it to law enforcement.
100%. Not probably. What you should
Exactly.
absolutely do first is
Absolutely.
absolutely.
Because yeah, you're right. And that's what I'm taking away from this. That's
Yeah.
what we need to do.
100%. Yeah.
Regardless of who he is, thankful for who he is. Thank you very, very much. But we need to take this to law enforcement first.
Right. Absolutely. Yeah, because you don't know who he is, and you honestly don't know his motives because you don't know him. And I mean, yeah, a lot of people could seem nice and great on the outside and be like really horrible people. People think these stalker drama people that are trying to do true crime, that the ones that are supporting them, think they're great. They're all convinced that they're doing great things, and they're not. And it's going to have terrible, terrible repercussions at some point. And it's going to, well, and it's horrible. But
Well, Carolyn, can you tell me this? How do you handle a situation, being in the situation that you are, and the notoriety that you have, and you have a tip, and you turn it into law enforcement? Is there, like there is with me, or for us, or anyone, a stigma to say and discouragement to turn something in for fear of it being a waste of their time.
No.
Because the last thing we want to do is waste law enforcement's
The only,
time.
okay, I understand what you're saying. The only things I wouldn't turn in are things you hear on conspiracy channels. But if you've seen something, if you have a credible thing, you'll see every tip line says it doesn't matter how small or insignificant, give it to us. So if you have something like that, that doesn't come from hearsay you've heard on Facebook or YouTube or in a Facebook group, if it's real something, no matter how small, give it to law enforcement.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
100%. Yeah, and you'll see it on every tip line, and they'll tell you it doesn't matter. Something you think may be insignificant could be very crucial.
Okay, so then, very good and
Yes.
very reassuring.
And don't ever
And
feel
so
bad
then-
about it. And if you feel embarrassed or
No,
something,
but we do.
call the anonymous tip line. They won't even know who you are.
I don't need to be anonymous because I want it to be what it is. But with what you know and what we've shared with you, what would you do?
100% I would. You're talking about the
would?
dirt? That thing?
Yeah.
100% I
Yeah.
would give it to law enforcement. 100%.
Just rule it out, right?
Yes, 100%.
Being close to the helmet and all.
100%. I would just give it to them, and then you know what? Then you've washed your hands of it, and it feels good. You know, it's not on your shoulders that you had something and you didn't give it to them. Yeah, just do it, and you'll feel free. Then with that, and that you don't have to worry about this going to trial, you could sleep like a baby tonight. All right,
Just rule it out, right?
Rule it out.
Thank you.
rule it out.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
All right,
Yeah.
but I've got to go because it's almost 5 o'clock in the morning and I'm exhausted. But thanks for coming on, and maybe we'll talk again tomorrow night after the hearing and have different news. Thank you guys for being in the chat and all of your input. And we are going to get that group going to discuss this case, and I just have to figure out, I have to check on that one that Ali gave me and just see the file limits. But thank you to the moderators. Thank you to everybody. Love you guys. God bless. Prayers for all that need them. And I'll see you tomorrow. I love you. Bye-bye. Bye, Deb.
I love you too. Love you so much.
All right. Bye. Love you.